Applying an artificial intelligence in mass gathering based in digital transforming in Hajj. As you know, Hajj is a mass gathering event that we deal with it every year in Mecca. What we are planning to do is to transfer all the information that it's applying in Hajj. So what we are trying to do also to transfer all the infrastructure information to Digit. So based on the natural digital, based in the natural digital transforming unit, what does it mean, digitalization? In Arabic, it has so many meaning, which called al-raqmana. And another thing that it's called digitala, which is digitals. And which is all this transfer us to what is called التحول الرقمي. Now there is a unit in Saudi Arabia, and now that unit it's applied in each organization. Their aim is to help this organization to transfer from manual or from regular transaction to the digit. So and they can transfer this digit to something that has some meaning for us, and they can apply it to their strategic plan. They can enhance their infrastructures. They can know where the problem is and how they can enhance it. And this digital transforming, which is digital transforming in Hajj. So as we know, Hajj and Umrah system is really huge and big, but digital transforming in KSA is really small. So how we can put these two together? We know in our 22 and 23 vision, our aim is to come with what is called to automate all the information, all the process that we are doing. So by doing that, what we found out in our system, which is in our institute, there is a big gap between Hajj and Umrah system and the digital transfer in Saudi Arabia. It's really small. So what we are trying to do, we need to encourage all the organizations they work in Hajj to transfer from normal system to the digital system, and how they can help us to improve Hajj system. As you can see here, program guest and the government and the service providers, they have so many, they have so many variables that we have to work with, which is nusuk. What is nusuk is mean? Nusuk is performing Hajj, doing some activities, which is people sometimes they transfer from Mecca to Haram, then from Haram to Mina, or from Mina to Muzdalif to Arafat, then from Arafat to Haram again, doing some ritual events. So all these things, what we call it nusuk. So in each nusuk, how we can help those people, which is to know what they are doing. So we know exactly there is so many government, they have to provide some service to those people, which is one of these service is housing. We already know people when they travel, they come and do some accommodation. And there is some also another activity that which is health. They check sometimes which is their health. And nutritionals also, they can serve, which is some food. Transportation, we have to transfer those people from location to another. And also there is something which is behavior. In each of these, we have to try to know exactly what's the behavior of those people, what they are doing, and how we can get this information and transfer it to our system, which can help us, which is, to know how we can improve these systems or this organization, or how we can take them from level to another level. Which, based in our 23 vision, we know there is 5 million people or guests, they are coming to Hajj in Hajj season only. And there is 30 million, they will come also and visit Mecca and Medina during Umrah season. So this is a huge number. So we have to track these people. We have to know exactly what the service that we will provide for those people in each organization, or in each event, or in each place they are in. How we will make our Hajj smart. This is what is called map for Hajj. This is the map which we call it, which is, for Hajj system. People, when they came from Medina or from outside, we try, which is, to put our digit system. When people come from outside, we know the number of those people based in their flight, or when they came from seaboard, or when they came also from board of Mecca. So we try to get exact this information and save it in our system. So we know people, they came from Medina. We have some process people, they came from Jeddah, people they came from Medina, or they came from outside. We have the system that we know those people, they came at that time when the airplane come. So we know those people are coming. Okay, they are already in airport. So what we try to do to transfer this information to their houses. So based on that, we know those people, their house is ready to accommodate them or not. And then also, which is sometimes they come to Jeddah. Based on their plan, they have to move from Jeddah to Medina and stay here. All this budget is already put in our system, and we know each days we have this certain number coming from Jeddah, then by airplane or by buses. Then to prepare for them how many buses they need, and how many buses they need, what the natural resources they need, the level of surface also they need. All this has to be documented and safe in our system to when those people they arrive, so we can help them and provide for them a good service. Then we know this transaction, what you see, which is not based in narrows, which is this is all the transaction that people move from location to another. From Masjid al-Haram and from Mecca, you can see people, they came from Jeddah to Mecca. So from Mecca, they go to Masjid al-Haram. Then from Masjid al-Haram, they go to Masjid to Mina. So this is the Hajj system. They can see, we break it down. Each one from this system, it has number. Sometimes, which is, we have just to call those people and ask for the number of they provide for us, saying number of 30. We know the process number 30 is people moving from Arafat to Muzdalifah, or number operation number 13. So each this is located to, is linked to a specific day. We know this operation, this number is linked to that day, and we have to transfer maybe 30, 35 people, 35 K people from this location to that location with their info, with their nationality, where they come from, how long hour they will stay in that places. And based on that, we put our plan for all the Hajjs. This is for Hajj system only in Makkah al-Mukarramah. As you can see, we break down the other maps to this one here. You can see we process all that one in the first left side there. You can see in 9, date of 9. So how we break it down. So we have those numbers, which is it, which help us to know and to know in the day and the time and day and time and how many buses they need, what kind of type of car, or they need buses or they need train to transfer those people from one location to another. Based on that, we put a Hajj, which is what we call it, which is Hajj packages. Sometimes, which is all the people now when they visit Mecca or they perform Hajj, Hajj has been break down to package. Sometimes when they apply for Nusuk, in Nusuk they can choose their packages. So based on that, how we will save those people, we know exactly. We came up with something called الإزاحة المكانية. I don't know how to translate it, which is what it's called. We can move people based on their religions or what they believe. We know there is some Sunnah, there is some Shia, there is also in Sunnah, there is also a couple of people what they believe. There is some madhahib, which is called Hanbali, Shafi'i. So based on these, we break down also to see how we can separate those people in Muzdalifah. Let's just take a Muzdalifah, because Muzdalifah is really a small area, and the capacity of the Muzdalifah is, we said, maybe 1 million. When they move those 1 million, so Muzdalifah, no one can access to it. So we know the Muzdalifah, either with car, with buses. So at midnight, which is, it's become very crowded with the buses, with the people. So it's very crowded and no one can go in. Some people, they stay in Mina. In Arafat, we cannot move those people from Arafat to Muzdalifah because of the overcrowded, the buses which is on the road, they cannot move until they reach there. So what we try to do, based on these kind of what is called samahiyya in each religion or in each madhab. So we know in Malikiya, which is, which came from Africa, those people, they believe in something is called, which is, just stay in Arafat, in Muzdalifah for a few minutes. Just whenever they stay in Arafat, maybe 2 minutes, 3 minutes. So it's based in them. So this is what they want. So we can move those people in the first time. So those has to be the first people they have to move. But what we are doing, which is, in the previous time or in the previous year, we try. We linked the Hanabila to go, and the Hanabila, based on the Hanabila madhab, which is, they have to stay there, which is, and block the road. So, and the blocks, which is everything. So what we try to do this year, we try to move the Malikiya first, which is, we have their numbers, which, it was around 400, I think, or say 40 is around 500K. Those, they come from Africa and they believe in Malikiya madhab. So those, which is, the first people they move, which is, whenever we start evacuating people from Arafat to Muzdalifah. So we just put him, which is, in the first B and B2, B3, both based on that. So if you get the priority, which is, based in Malikiya, so we move those people in the beginning, so they went to Arafat, to Muzdalifah, and they stay. So what we try to do, we try also to look in the Malikiya, where it's also another thing that it can give those people to move first, maybe in making ritual jamarat or doing some jamarat in the day of Eid. So we try to find those people, how we move those 500K people, to see, which is, in each location, in each day, those go first, this go first, based on their samahiyya of the madhab. This is also, it show you the map, which is, in each of those where they're located is how we separate them in Mina. Those they move the first, then the second, based on the companies that they are helping us to move those people, not to make any crowded in the street or in the while performing Hajj. What's the challenges that we face, which is while we are doing all kind of this? Converting spatial data. So as we talk about this, understanding behavior, it was one of the challenges. Machine with the timetable, which is also this is building mobility model, which is make us very which is it's very was hard for us, which is not to do it, but we are as the researcher team, we try to solve all these kind of puzzles, constraint, resource, and utilize. Based on that, in Mecca and Medina, the holy city, it has, which is almost 44, the average of the average of the mobile. We have 5G, which is 5G also to help us collecting this data. We have more than 13,000 towers, and all this was helping us to understand while we are analyzing this to reach what we are looking for. And here, digital also, digital use data to mobility information. In Mina, we have, they install more than 4,000 surveillance camera. This, what does, it just monitor people when they evacuate from places to another. Converting this information to real-time resource, utilizing flow rate, mass, and density, and the others which is used in planning, optimization, and updating our project with real-time information, with decision-making. Digital twins. What does it mean? What this is, which is our information, what we are looking for. We are looking for something that can help us to monitor this kind of information with all the data that we are deal with the simulation, with the system can detect some crowdness, and we apply that in digital twin. What is digital twin is? Digital twin is the system that can integrate all the infrastructures information. We know exactly what's going on in each places, who's living there, how many people are in that places, and what time they have to move, what time they have to go from location to another. So based on these techniques, we try, or we which help us to know exactly in each location how we can deal with this kind of information with those people and how we try them. And this is also which is called Tafweej mobile app, which help us also to track each group of people, what time they move from location to another. We know exactly they have some leaders. We try to follow these leaders' information. So each leader, he has, I think, around 1,000 playgrounds with them. So they try to move and we track those 1,000. And this is also another map. We can check and see which location they are in and what time they go. And this is also, we can track all those information and see exactly how long distance, which is, they take and how much time they need to reach to the critical places. And this is one of the techniques that we are using in digital twins. It shows you exactly all the with the information in each location, in each blocks, how many people are there, what their nationality, what their food is, what their, if they need service, if they need some health information, all these information is already saved based in year in 2039, in 1440, 4041, to this is which is, you know, so we know exactly, we can track those people. It might be we know sometimes people from Iran, they were sitting at that places, might be maybe after 5 years, we can recommend, we said, okay, the best way that the Iranians group, when they come to stay in this location, so they can move easily, they can go easily based on their madhab, based on these kind of things. So this is our goal is, and this is what we are doing, but we haven't reached these things to put our data to start doing some intelligent prediction, what we can say. And this is also our system, how the system is helping us to track people, to see exactly based on the previous information that I show you. It can also shows what time those people take and how much time they will need based on the statistic dashboard that we built to help us evacuating people or moving them from location to another base in day, based in time, based on their mazhab. And this is another also how we can, when people, they start moving from location, from Muzdalifah to Mina, which forge has been moved. So this one has been in the waiting list. This is they start moving. This is they have reached. So all this, which is, you know, helping us to monitor Hajj based on date, based on time. So we try to help Ministry of Hajj. We try to help all the government that providing some information in Hajj. What we are looking for is, it has no meaning to us. It doesn't make any sense to us based in image processing or in intelligent or in artificial intelligence. It has no meaning because I cannot control anything. I can see people are doing what they want, but it takes time sometimes to take decision on that. What we are trying to do is we need something like this, which can help us to know exactly what's going on, how many people are in this location, how many people are in this area. So we know exactly what to do next. We can take decision before any hazard occurred. Changing this. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hossawi, for this interesting information. We'll leave the question after the third lecture. So you can sit, Dr. Hossawi. Our next speaker is Dr. Asad Abdul Jawad. He will talk about improving quality. I think Asad, your lecture, please. His lecture will be healthcare economics in mass and crowd management. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Alhamdulillah. Okay.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Good morning, everybody. So yesterday, we spoke about planning. So planning is one of the actions of leaders And since we are here in Medina Munawwara, our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is one of our leading planners, and he has done nothing without a plan. So we're talking about economics in crowd planning and crowd management. خلاص هي وضحت الصورة. هذا ما يشتغل ولا ايش؟ الحين شغلته خلاص. لا تنسى تصورنا. Yeah, okay. ممتاز. Okay, so economics. Scarcity of resources. Scarcity of resources is an issue even with the richest countries in the world. United States is the richest country in the world, and there is a scarcity in resources. So today we will talk about two tools to evaluate the benefits or weigh the benefits of any plan or project that we are trying to do. So there are two tools that we use in health economics, and mass gathering or mass medicine is part of this health economics. And the two tools are the cost benefit analysis and the cost effectiveness analysis. So those are the two tools. What is the difference between cost benefit analysis and cost effectiveness analysis? Cost benefit analysis is when we weigh the costs and the benefits in financial terms. So we say that, for instance, we are promoting a public health awareness issue, and so it costs, for instance, $1. So the return on the dollar is $4 per $1, and then we compare another public health project, and we weigh the costs and the benefits. The cost effectiveness analysis is we weigh costs, so we know that we're doing 2 or 3 projects, for instance, immunizations, and then on the other side, we don't have the answer in financial terms. We have it in lives saved, so it's intangible. We have the effect on the quality of life improved, mortality, morbidity rates. So those are not financial. So we'll see this real examples in life. So why do we use healthcare economics? Due to lack of resources. And so we need to allocate our resources effectively and efficiently. And healthcare economics also has an important role in policy making. So we can decide what policies to implement. And also health economics helps us in evidence-based decisions. So evidence-based management is based on proper economics evaluations. Okay, so the two tools that are used in healthcare economics are for the evaluation is the cost benefit analysis and the cost effectiveness analysis. So the definition of a cost benefit analysis, a cost benefit analysis is used to assess the desirability or efficiency of a project or a program or even a policy or decision by comparing the total costs of an action to the total monetary benefits it generates. And the primary goal of a cost benefit analysis is to determine whether the benefits overweigh the costs, allowing decision makers to make informed choices about resource allocation and project prioritization. So sometimes you need to choose a project over another project. Cost effectiveness analysis is used to compare the costs of different healthcare interventions, programs, or treatments to their effectiveness. So you're comparing cost to an outcome that is not in monetary terms. So it measures the cost per unit effectiveness, typically using natural units such as lives, saves, cases prevented, quality of life, such things that are not intangible. So they are not in monetary terms. So the process is we weigh these interventions, and accordingly we weigh the three interventions and we see which one is the most effective. So what are the main differences? In theory, when you see it in theory, maybe you don't understand it. So I'm going to show real world or real life examples. So compare CBA, cost benefit analysis, to a cost effectiveness analysis. So cost benefit analysis again compares the total cost of a project or program with the benefits, with the total benefits, both which are expressed in monetary terms, in reals or in dollars or in a currency. However, cost effectiveness analysis is the evaluation of the cost achieving a specific outcome or unit of effectiveness, such as health outcomes, without necessarily converting benefits into monetary terms. So quality of life, again, mortality rates, morbidity rates, etc. Another difference is benefits and costs here are used in US dollars or another currency to allow for direct comparison. CEA benefits are measured in natural units such as life saves, cases prevented. So also another difference is it allows for the comparison of projects across different sectors or domains, since it converts all benefits into monetary values, primarily used for comparing interventions with the same domain, like comparing health treatments or safety measures. So what are the steps of the CBA? We first of all define the project, and we identify the costs and benefits of each intervention. And then we monetize the costs, and we also monetize the benefits. And then we determine the time horizon, discount for future values. And we do that because the value or the purchasing power of money differs by time. So what we call depreciation of the currency. So we take that into factor when we do a cost benefit analysis. The cost effectiveness analysis is define the question, identify the alternatives, identify costs, measure effectiveness, calculate cost effectiveness ratios, and make decisions. So here we're going to take a real world case that was partially theory. So now we'll see that how that into play. So sometimes it's very tough to decide what the exact values of things. So sometimes you need to do your research and find exact values. So in a case in Hajj and Umrah or crowd management in Saudi Arabia, we need to know what we need to have a benchmark. So the benchmark of a dead victim, according to the royal decree that happened when the crane fell down in Mecca in 2015 or 2016, the custodian of two holy mosques ordered for a 1 million riyal compensation for each death, and 500,000 riyals for those who were injured in the accident that took place in Mecca at the holy mosque. Okay, so first step, we define the project and objectives. So what are we doing? We are evaluating the costs and benefits associated with providing medical services to millions of pilgrims at the holy shrines. Okay, so that is the definition of the project. The objectives is we need to assess the cost benefit of providing crowd and mass gathering medicine during the annual Hajj pilgrimage in Saudi Arabia. Okay, so that is the objective. So the costs, we list the costs. And so the cost of hiring medical professions during the Hajj period is 20 million riyals. And the medical equipment and supplies costs 30 million riyals. And then the training and education of the medical personnel and those who are participating during the Hajj time costs 5 million riyals. And then the overhead and administrative cost is 10 million riyals. So that is the cost part, and the total, it sums up to 65 million riyals. So then the benefits. So the benefits here, we estimate the value of lives served. So we know that each life we save is estimated at 1 million riyals, according to the benchmark that we have provided. And so we say, for instance, that the life saved, for instance, like in Qatar, there were, for instance, 5 cardiac arrests. So we know the numbers from the benchmark. And so here we say, if we save 100 lives, so that is 100 million Saudi riyals. And so also we calculate the reduction in healthcare costs. So we calculate the reduced healthcare costs for treating illnesses and injuries due to efficient medical services, and that sums up to 20 million riyals. And then also the enhanced reputation, the image of the government of Saudi Arabia. So that is 30 million riyals, and so that adds up to 150 million riyals. So we know that the benefits here overweigh, and so the cost benefit analysis, this is how it comes into play. So total benefits minus total costs. So the cost benefit analysis is 85 million riyals. So the decision is that the cost benefit analysis indicates that providing crowd and mass gathering medicine during the Hajj pilgrimage results in a net benefit of approximately 85 million riyals. And this suggests that the investment in medical services is economically justified. Okay, this is a simple example of a cost benefit analysis. So we go to the cost effectiveness in Hajj. So also in the outcomes, we also sometimes have to estimate it in currency. So we'll see that how it comes into play. So during the Hajj pilgrimage, so this is the objective of this project. This is a cost effectiveness analysis. The Hajj pilgrimage by Saudi Arabia officials aims to assess the efficiency of different interventions. So we say immunization, for instance, or several immunizations, or awareness. So we have several interventions or strategies in achieving specific crowd management outcomes while considering the costs incurred. So this analysis helps identify the most effective measures. So the objective is to evaluate the cost effectiveness of crowd management interventions during the annual Hajj or pilgrimage time in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So again, we list the costs. So let's say we are trying to, the intervention is we need to install the barriers. So the flow of the Hajjis. So we calculate the estimated cost as 50 million riyals. And then, for instance, we need to hire additional security personnel. So that is at 30 million riyals. And so we need to have these cameras or monitoring technologies installed. So that is at an investment of 20 million riyals. And then also the training and the education part. And so they sum up together to be at a 110 million riyals. So that is the cost part of the CEA, which is the cost effectiveness. So here, what we're trying to do is we're trying to reduce the crowd incidence by 20%, or the accidents to reduce it by 20%. Also, the other benefit that we could gain out of this activity is improving the pilgrim experience. So pilgrim experience is intangible. So you're weighing cost versus intangible, or so it's not in monetary terms. So the measurement of the benefits. So we would say that we had last year, for instance, so-and-so number of injuries. And so we're going to reduce them by 20% this year. So it's factoring in the numbers. So assuring that the reduction in crowd incidence leads to fewer injuries and fatalities, and calculate the cost per injury or fatality prevented. And so we say, for instance, so we're trying to get a monetary number. So 50 injuries are prevented, let's say, out of this activity. And so we are saving 50,000 per injury. So that comes up to 2.5 million riyals. So this is how we do the evaluation. So the measure of benefits added up to 20 million. So how did that come? And it's, as I said, it's challenging, and we try to find the benchmark and search for those exact numbers. And so this is challenging to quantify in monetary terms, but it could contribute to long-term economic benefits for the Saudi government through increasing of the reputation and tourism, pilgrim satisfaction, the pilgrim experience, and the economic activities. And so the estimate of this benefit is 20 million riyals. So we're trying to see how that intangible, and we're trying to make it in financial terms. So it's intangible. So the 20 million plus the 2.5 million of saving those 50 lives. So it adds up to approximately 22.5 million riyals. So then we calculate the cost effectiveness ratio. The cost effectiveness ratio is the total costs divided by the total benefits. So the cost effectiveness ratio is 110 million riyals divided by 22.5 million riyals, and the approximate cost effectiveness ratio is approximately 5. So what does this mean? So the cost effectiveness analysis shows a cost effectiveness ratio of approximately 5, indicating that for every 1 riyal spent on crowd management, and if a CER is below 1, it would suggest that the interventions are highly cost effective. Okay. So here is example 2, comparing 2 measurements. So here, crowd safety measure A is, let's say, 2 million riyals. So it reduces the number of accidents by 30%. And crowd safety measure B, we're doing 2 interventions. So the other one is 1.5 million. So which one would you choose? You choose measure A or measure B? B or A? B? A? B? So here's how you calculate it. So the cost effectiveness ratio for crowd safety measure A, so the cost of the measure divided by the effectiveness of the measure A. So 2 million riyals divided by 30% reduction in accidents. So that means 6.6 million. Okay, per 1%. So we need to know the per 1% reduction in accidents. So the other project B, cost measure B divided by cost measure of B. So 1.5 million divided by 25%. So that means 6 million riyals per 1%. So which one would you choose now? So crowd safety measure B is more cost effective than measure A, as it costs less per 1% reduction in accidents. However, the choice between the 2 measures should also consider other factors such as feasibility or logistics, but here we just hold the other factors constant. So this is so here another example would be a CBA in Hajj emergency preparedness. So the scenario is, I'm giving more examples to understand the CBA and the CA. So implementing comprehensive emergency preparedness activities during Hajj pilgrimage. So training and education, 8 million, and equipment and supplies, 12 million, and additional emergency personnel at the sites is 5 million riyals. So that total cost is 25. So that is the cost. The benefits, reduced casualties, and they sum up 30 plus the enhanced reputation, 45 million. So this is why I bring this. So we're talking about the net present value. So we know that the financial or the currency, the purchasing power or the depreciation value of the real and the dollar or any currency depreciates by time. So we'll say that the discount rate of 6% over the 5 coming years. So we added up the costs at 25 million. Okay, so here what we do is we by year 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5. Okay, this is the first year, and then over the 5 years, it reduces by 6% every year. So that is 23 million, 22 million, 20, 19, 18. So that is the depreciation value over the 6 years. So this is year 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So the discounts in the benefits also are reduced at a 6% rate. So we do the calculations: 42, 40, 37, 35, and 33 million. So then we do the calculation of the net or the NPV. So it is a year 0 benefits minus the costs, plus year 1 benefits minus costs, and after the 5 years, so you add up all the numbers, and the net value is 108.35 million riyals. Okay, so still we need to make the decision. So the decision is that the net present value of implementing comprehensive emergency preparedness is 108 million riyals. So a positive net present value, a positive number, suggests that the benefits of these measures significantly overweigh the costs, indicating that the investment is economically justified. Okay, so that is when you use the NPV. So any questions on today's lecture? You have my contact information, and we'll see you at the QA session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Asad Abdel Jawad, for this interesting information. My pleasure to present now Dr. Abdulaziz Al-Shehri, who is an emergency physician, Saudi and Arab board certified physician, and he is ED Administration and Leadership Fellowship at Brigham and Women's Hospital with Harvard Medical School 2016. Dr. Al-Shehri will talk about crowd control and crowd management strategies. Dr. Al-Shehri.
السلام عليكم. صباحكم خير. يعطيكم العافية. How we can show the slide? طيب. هي محاضرة خفيفة ولطيفة إن شاء الله. حتكون to the goal directly. Crowd control and crowd management strategy. First of all, we have to know what's the meaning of crowd. Psychopathy of crowd. What's happening inside crowd? So know what's the dynamic of crowd and force. After that, we will build up a model to control and to manage the crowd. A crowd, what is the meaning of that? Large number of people gathering together. اوكي الصوت واضح. لازم اكون جنب الميكروفون. طيب انا احب اتحرك شوي في المحاضره. Large people gathering together for short-term or long-term purpose. There is a classification of crowd according to the purpose of crowd itself and the dynamic of crowd. Casual crowd, conventional crowd, expressive crowd, action crowd, and protest crowd. It is this classification done by Plummer at 1969. And it is classified as we said, according to the purpose and the dynamic. Casual crowd. What is the meaning of casual crowd? What is their purpose from crowd? People in this type have no real common bond, no clear long-term purpose for them, and no identity for them. Like what? People, they are wanted to cross the street in high density traffic day. ناس يبغوا يقطعوا الشارع وسيارات مرة كثير فهم متجمعين just for short term purpose يقطعوا الشارع بعد كده there is no any more crowd أو 500,000 coffee بس ياخذ الكافي حقه and they are getting out of crowded area and it is called casual crowd. No really act out of collective behavior. فهذه النوعية من الكراود it's according to the name it's casual crowd. Don't worry about them. Conventional crowd, collective people who is gathering for a specific purpose. They are not really acting out of collective behavior. Their behavior is very conventional and structured. Like people, they are going to look for football match. Expressive crowd, like what's happened in the religious event. They wanted to express some emotion. Primarily to be excited and to express more or one or more emotion. Individual, they are engaged in a collective behavior. Acting crowd, behavior of violence, destructive, or looting. It's part of mob, intensely emotional crowd, maybe a panic crowd, sudden reaction. Protest crowd, according to the name, people gather to protest a political, social, cultural, or economic issue. Psychology of crowd. According to the analysis of crowd, they found the people, he is in individual or isolation, his behavior is totally different from his behavior when he is in a crowd. And the people in crowd, they are categorized to two categories: leader, manager, or members of crowd. Crowd itself, it is divided to a self. And unfortunately, the most important thing we have to concentrate during a crowd, the front cells in the crowd, they don't know what's happened in the back. And by that, misinformation can be directed in between the cells. And this is one of the most important thing we have to concentrate in. Misinformation in the crowd can cause a disaster. The dominant cell or the leader in the cell itself, he can change the behavior of the surrounding people. And as we said before, the front in the crowd, they don't know what's happened in the back. And in the back of the crowd, still the people have space to move. And in the front, they are in density, but still pushing to forward. And because that, a lot of people in the forward, they are under pressure, and in the backward, they have space to move. Dangerous crowd situation. Crowd itself, it's a crowd, just only need to observe. But there is a dangerous situation happening inside the crowd. Dangerous situation, after the dangerous situation, disaster happens. What is it? 3 general categories for potential dangerous crowd situation have been identified: critical occupancy, flight response, and crazy response. Critical occupancy, when it's happened, the density of the crowd starts to be in critical situation when it is the space for one person 3 feet square. يعني تقريبا 3 متر مربع، يعني 0.3 متر مربع لكل شخص. يبدأ الآن الهاي density. لما يكون عندي أقل من ربع متر مربع للشخص الواحد تبدأ الهاي density، تبدأ الانزايتي، تبدأ الاسفكسيا، ويبدأ ما نسميه إحنا الشوك ويف. الكراود تبدأ تتحرك زي الأمواج. When the crowd density is equal to area of human body, individual control for himself it's lost. مين اللي يتحكم فيه في الفترة هذه؟ يتحكم فيه الماس موفمنت of the crowd. يتحرك بحركة لا إرادية. And the mass of the crowd become like a fluid. هذه كنا نشوفها زمان في التلفزيون أيام العشر الأواخر رمضان. تحس إنه الطواف يتحرك بحركة أمواج من كثر الزحمة. Nowadays, a lot of strategy happens, and we will look for it. It's help to control this crowd in this density. Unfortunately, the shock wave of the crowd ممكن تدف الإنسان up to 3 meters in front. The intense pressure. What is the most common cause of death during crowd? It's asphyxia. It is not stampede. Start as anxiety, difficulty for breathing, and asphyxia. 2 factors for asphyxia: pushing from the guys in the back, and the second thing, the loss of control of people on himself and his motion. ما يقدر يتحكم في حركته. Bending on the front. فيصير الشخص leaning on the front guy, and there is a pressure from the back. الكريتيكال occupancy unfortunately هذا السيتويشن بيصير لما يكون في الانجريس او الانترنس. الانترنس of the events it's not controlled. ممكن هذه تصير في ال transportation terminals when it is disrupted, or at a public event, or any event لما يكون الانجريس not controlled. الفلايت ريسبونس. الفلايت ريسبونس there is a crowd طلعت إشاعة أو fire or smoke, and the people they are afraid and they are running from that situation, start to have a disaster as part of stampede. Flight response within the crowd labeled as panic, and then start stampede. على عكس الانتنس occupancy، الفلايت ريسبونس والديزاستر فيه بيصير لما يكون عندنا الاوتلت او الاجريس، خروج مكان الخروج من الايفنت. It is sudden rush to it and overwhelmed. Misinformation, it is one of the most important factor for flight response. Craze fatality أو الكراش، لما يكون intended purpose اللي هم رايحين له في الكراود overwhelmed. يعني نقربها شويتين لما يكون في واحد يوزع فلوس، يكون في تدافع على intended object and there is a crushing for each other, and this is what is called craze fatality. Crowd management and crowd control. في فرق بين crowd management و crowd control? Yes or no? It's used sometime. بعض الناس تلخبط بين crowd control crowd management. طيب لكن crowd management defined as systematic planning and supervision of the orderly movement and assembly of people. Already here plan done to control that events when we suggest there is a crowd will happen. Crowd control is restriction and limitation of a group behavior. لما يكون مثلا السهم ماشي جهة اليمين ويكون في group it's going to the left side ماشي جهة اليسار. This is what is called controlling of crowd by limitation of group behavior or restriction. The most major crowded disaster, three types اللي احنا قلنا عليها, we can control it by simple measures. بنركز على density in the events in the space and rapid movement اللي هي flight response. Crowd control, it's a part of crowd management. Can occur as unplanned reaction to a group problem. ممكن يكون enforce order, ممكن يكون arrest, ممكن يكون threat or personal injury, ممكن يكون putting a barrier during the events to control the movement of the group. It's called crowd control. Crowd management, it's two parts: planning before the event and executing during the event. Planning, action plan, logistic, crowd profiling, prediction and risk assessment. Execution, observation and monitoring of the plan already done. Understand the crowd size estimation and communication. There is two models used for risk assessment and management of crowd. First one called FIST. F, it's the force of the crowd أو القوة النابعة من الحركة الديناميكية للازدحام. This FIST model used to develop a proactive strategy to address these four elements, very important in any crowd, and for risk management planning. Force, to create the force is created by dynamic movement of the crowd and combined excessive with crowd density itself. Crowd density can create a dangerous force. Information. The information from the gathering and crowd before, and the information need to be given for the crowd people. Audible and visual message to provide it to the crowd, and signage. الساينج أو العلامات اللي المفروض تكون في ال space of the events supposed to be large enough and read from distance. Space, most important thing, and the space configuration and the capacity, traffic, and the maximum occupancy, it is considered to be the primary cause of crowded disaster. Venue capacity, it's very important to put in our mind the space supposed to be for stand crowd and for moving crowd. Moving crowd أنا لازم أحط في الحسبان موضوع السبيس per person للmoving guys زي الطواف. moving crowd السبيس والدنسيتي له غير الناس اللي standing watching TV watching whatever هذه تختلف الدنسيتي منها والmeasuring from one to other, and it is going with flow movement graph. Traffic flow, anticipate the flow pattern, entrance wal exit, and where is the group grouped together, and where is the pressure and hazard point. الpressure والhazard point like what? Straight corridor and there is a right angle. A right angle, it's an area of hazard. You have to make sure about it. Maximum occupancy in the other part of the venue, like stairs, ramps, and escalator, you have to make sure about the maximum occupancy at any time of the event. Time, duration of crowd, and the expected high density time. عادة يكون الهاي density time في الانترنس وأكثر من ذلك اللي هي الإكزيت. After the event, high intensity on the exit. Arrival time and post events egress time. One of the most important things you have to do it to manage the crowd in the outlet or entrance, it is the timing. Gradual arrival زي باصات اللي تودي للحرم أو الإجريس أو الخروج. الخروج يكون gradual. ممكن بعد الماتش اوف فوتبول كل الناس بتطلع من الاكزيت، فواحده من الاشياء اللي ممكن نعملها بوست ماتش او بوست ايفنت اللي هي الانترتينمنت للناس علشان يطلعوا as a group. One of the most important strategy it's metering. Metering is time-based crowd management control used for arrival rate at any area with high occupancy. bottleneck. في التايمينج اللي احنا بنستخدمه لاداء فريضه العمره. التطبيق اللي احجز سوي بوكينج لوقت العمره، هذه واحده من الميجرينج فور metering measures to control the crowd. There is another model called dim eyes. Dim eyes, one of the most important thing and good thing on it, you can use it for planning and risk stratification, and also can be used during the event as a checklist to see where is the problem and you can manage it during the events. Design, limitation, the capacity and throughput, the information, social or media or signage, management process and procedure, you have to do it to control. Eyes, that's mean three primary phases, behavior of the crowd, ingress, circulation, and egress. It's used as a table and it's used as a checklist for management. The DIMES, the good thing in this model, you have to use it in a color. Put it as a color. When it is red color, that means you have to interfere. When it is red, green color, nothing to be done. And yellow color, that means you have to make an attention in this point. It's coming with normal situation before and emergency during the events. One example of, we see the ingress, what is the problem, information, how it is the good signage in the venue, and management, what we have to do to correct the situation. Security and check system is very important, and there is very important criteria for them. Implement security checkpoint away from the entrance. Metal detector to detect any dangerous item. Security camera, it's very important to lock wherever happens and to expectation there is a problem happen during this area and during this time. Well-trained, the security has to be well-trained. Communication. Full communication, integration in the crowd management is the most important thing, and you have to communicate with local police, fire, emergency medical service, etc. Sometime for stop the misinformation going through the crowd, they put in a venue big screen. A big screen, not just only to watch each other, it is just to see what's going in the back of the crowd, to know in the front what's happened during the crowd itself. Backup is very important. Backup for lighting and backup for communication. It's one of the most important things. The end of the lecture. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Abdulaziz, very much for this important information. We will have now a break for questions and answer. And if you don't have any questions, you can go for breakfast, and we will be back by 10 o'clock sharp, please. Any question for our last three speakers? أيوة تفضل دكتور أحمد. تفضل دكتور.
Bismillah. Thank you for all the speakers. Really very interesting topics in mass gathering medicine. My question is regarding the quality. Dr. Yes. About the analysis that you showed us how to do these things. It is good to have the number kind of analysis, but in religious kind of gathering or activities, there are certain red lines. We can call them red lines, where maybe they are cannot be counted. I don't know how to count them. Maybe you have a system. Like if this kind of measure is not allowed, for example, by the religious guidelines, how do you take that in consideration? Like the cost effectiveness is okay, this is okay. However, this is not allowed by the religious guidelines. Where do you put it?
To answer your question, thank you for your question. The cost benefit analysis and the cost effectiveness analysis is trying to compare inputs to outputs. So the inputs are the funding of the projects that you are comparing. So we have two projects, and then we see what the outcome is. So as you mentioned, in some religious aspects, there are things that are prohibited or taboo. So basically, from what I understand from your question is that they will not be implemented. So if they are not implemented, they are counted as zero. So they won't cost the government anything to do, or they're not going to pay for it. So basically, they are out of the equation. So hopefully I understood your question properly. Is that what you were asking? Yeah. So if they're out of the equation, because if the government knows, for instance, that let's say as an example, using something that is prohibited in a religion. So let's say they are trying to compare dealing with two medications, and one medication has something that is haram, for instance, has alcohol, or it has any other ingredient that is haram. So that's out of the equation. So it's counted as zero. So if it's counted as zero, so it's not, you're not comparing two interventions. So it's out of the equation. That's the answer that I have for your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think there is one question also here.
Thanks a lot for the chairman, the speakers, and the organizing committee. My question is that it's very sophisticated to depend on this artificial intelligence and electronics. What is our backup if the system is down? This is the first question. Second, okay, is there any feedback to directional communication or only one directional?
Thank you for the questions. What I can say, no one can trust technology. It's really complicated. Sometimes the problem occurred from the system. Sometimes what we call the network get down, so which is out of the technology. So it did. This is for the first questions. For the second things, you said about this is for the sensors, which is, we are right now we are working with sensors. There is some sensors. There is I have one presentation maybe afternoon. I will show you how we connect these sensors together. We have used some GPS to track people, to track cars, vehicles, to transfer people, or managing Hajj system.
Thank you.
Just
Thank you very
thank
much.
you so much.
So there is a back plan
Yeah.
in case. Yes. Thank you very much. Okay. طيب, we can go and enjoy our break and breakfast, and we will be back by 10 o'clock sharp, please. So we can finish on time today. Thank you very much. Dr. Abdullah, you can start.
My presentation from where I stopped in my last presentation. I'm gonna take you through what we have done. As I mentioned, it doesn't make sense to us. We cannot do anything with this kind of videos. So if it goes to like this, it has a meaning for us. What we did based on artificial intelligence, we put our cameras on the bridge while programs going through their e-fields. So we count how many are on the way they are entering this bridge. So we know exactly how many people and how much time they will take to reach in each e-field and throw it and go away. We are aiming by that to save people and prevent risk. This is another way of using artificial intelligence in risk. As you see, we try to look at behavior of the people. You can see there is one people are crossing the street, and this is abnormal behavior. So how we can detect those people and help risk. As you see, which is, sometimes people, when they try walking opposite of the direction, so they reduce the flow. Sometimes sometimes those people, they try to put themselves in risk. So by doing that, we can track this kind of information and transfer it to knowledge, and how we can use it, and how we can assist people, and how we can assist the government or any soldier that can controlling and watching these systems. Not only that, in this one here also, you can see on these videos, while those people are providing a service, but this service, it doesn't make sense at that time. So if they apply, which is sometimes of knowledge, so we can put some information to them and we'll say, hey, this time is not the time that you are watching the Kaaba or work cleaning the mataf. So we can recommend those people and give them another time, maybe at mid-time or afternoon or something else. So all what we are doing is managing risk. So have you seen that the density was moving from location to another, and risk was transferring from location to another? Have you seen that? So this kind of using of artificial intelligence, which can improve our service, we can help those people who working on this to improve their quality of service. And not only that, and we can give some recommendation to reduce risk. Where? This is a crowd. Yeah, with the crowd density. Yeah, it's called the density. Where is it? Where is the density is? So you can see whenever the color start becoming red, so the density start increasing, number of people in the certain area, it's becoming dangerous. Not only that, you can see also our expert, or we can use also the camera. We can see, you can see also we take videos from the TV, which has low resolution, and we apply our knowledge on that to detect where the risk is and how we can apply it, or how we can help those people to improve their service, and how we can also prevent risk, which is more important in this. You can see also this is another way of using the cameras to detect any hazards and prevent risk. So by knowing that, so we can assist the soldiers to control or prevent people from walking from this area, so they can direct them to another. So that means we have more than 5 people in 1 meter. So whenever we reach this kind of color, which is becoming red, so that means density in that has been increased from 2 to 3 to 4 until 5. So whenever it's become 5, so that means we have 5 people in 1 meter in the square, which is this kind of things you will never see it only in Mecca, which is normal for us. It's really normal to have 5 to 6 sometimes, which is in Tawaf area. It increased to 7 and 8. This is normal. But now, alhamdulillah, with the help of digital transforming and using the artificial intelligence, so the government has what we can say it is have put it a rule to take the capacity of the haram or the capacity of that mataf area for 50% only. So people, they move them to another floors. We have maybe 3 to 4 floors now. When this floor has been get capacity around 50 to 65, so they start moving people to go to another floors and do their tawaf. Not only that, also we have used the technique of using several cameras. Now, I think nowadays in all the cameras that we have in our car, so we can see as the 3D camera, which can detect what's going on in front of you and back and left and right. So based on that, we put maybe around 4 cameras. So each cameras facing in one direction, facing the covering the Kaaba. And after that, it can show us in this one where the critical area is, where is the things of that. So this is the way of how we use artificial intelligence to manage risk. Not only that, but also here, as you can see, this is a way also we can take the speed of the Mataf area to help also programs with direction to go. We have been working on this field for almost 10 years. And we collect several data. We start analyzing this data. We had also another project which was just measuring the vibration of the people when they enter the bridge while they were using it 5 years ago or 6 years ago. So we control everything by knowledge, by using artificial intelligence. Not only that, and also we can detect people based on their numbers. Each one you can see with the labeling following these people, male, females. This number, we know these people when they enter Haram until they leave. So they are tracking them based on their smart face recognitions. This is our estimate of the system, how we will count our system. And no, this system is really good. We take these pictures and we hire some student to stay and counting these people and see how many people they are counted is manual. And we put also the same videos on the camera or in our system, and the system show us, which is almost very close from the number that was counted manual. So by that, we can validate our system and say, hey, we have almost around 97, which is almost we are within the range of the errors. So and can be accepted. Not only that, we had also, we put some cameras, which is in top of the towers, and just to know exactly where is the majority of the people, where is direction. So we know people when they came from south heading east or from east heading north. So we know those people are coming from this area and going in that area. So by doing that, we can provide any service for those people and prevent risk. So based on time, we can also improve our knowledge in that one, in that location. Because as you know, during time to time, in Umrah season and Hajj season are the behavior of those people are different. So we have to know in each season what's going on. When Egypt's people come to the Umrah, we know this month Egypt and Pakistan's people, they come at this certain day. So what their behavior, how they go, what kind of information we have to provide them based on that. We know those people when they come, they stay in that area or they move. So all this kind of information, it helps us to know how we can predict our risk, which is, okay, we can predict the risk. So this is kind of risk will occur if those people, they stay here. So we can help people, we send some people, they can't control that. They start moving people from that location and transfer them to another location. And sorry for that. Not only that, but also you can see this. Also, we can see the behavior. We can see people which direction they prefer, where they sit. So based on that, we can even also provide a service for those people. Hey, people at this hour, they're doing these kind of activities. When they move or when they get out from these doors, most of those people, they goes to the tower or they separate on the in this yard. So all this kind of information it gave us, which is updated every 5 minutes. So we have a dash of information updated every 5 minutes. So what's going on to know. And also based on that one here, we can measure the density level. So based on what you can see in 8, that is 8 person in 8 person in 1 square. So you know exactly what's going on around. This is another technique that we have used to transfer it, to transfer the videos from nothing to something that we can get some information from that, from it. And this is also another way of counting people, which we transfer it from no information to something that can help us to know exactly what's going on that area, so we can profit also risk and improve life for those people who coming to do their Hajj or visiting us for Umrah. So yeah, thank you so much again.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hossawi. Our next speaker is Dr. Umar Al-Attas. Dr. Umar Al-Attas, he is from Red Crescent. He has an MBBS from King Saud University, Infection and Prevention Control Diploma from Ministry of Health. Currently, he's working in Saudi Red Crescent Authority as Assistant General Manager of Shared Services in Medina. Dr. Attas, you can start, please.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed Al-Fayfi. I'd like to thank the scientific committee for honoring us to present in front of you today. We're going to talk about medical oversight of EMS systems. We're going to look at EMS definition, describe the EMS models. We're going to know the rules of medical director of EMS systems. We're going to have a look at the pathways used in EMS and clinical indicators. So when we talk about emergency medical services, it's more commonly known as EMS. It's a system that responds to emergencies by highly skilled pre-hospital clinicians, mostly known as emergency medical technicians or paramedics. Sometimes physicians also go to the scene. They go to the scene by 2 main vehicles, ground ambulance and air ambulance. The EMS model, there are 2 EMS models. The Anglo-American scoop and run, which is used in Saudi Arabia and mainly in Canada and US. And the Franco-German stay and play, which is used in Europe. The scoop and run, we get the patient to the physician, and the stay and play Franco-German, we get the physician to the patient. There is no model better than the other. It depends on the goals of the system and on the resources available. So pre-hospital patient care in Saudi Arabia is represented with this pyramid. It starts from the bottom with the concerned citizen 911 or 997 call. The emergency priority dispatch will take the call, give instructions, and dispatch the proper unit according to the severity of the patient. The unit on the scene may or may not contact the online medical control, and the online medical control has the option to consult the SRCA AR consultant on call. There are some additional units that can be dispatched to the scene, like an on-scene physician, field supervisor, or EMS volunteer providers. The EMS volunteer providers mainly are dispatched in mass casualties. So here is a look at the Vision 2030, and one of the strategic objectives of the vision is to improve quality and efficiency of healthcare services, and medical oversight ensures that the best care is provided to all those in need. And this is what we strive to do in Saudi Red Crescent and the medical field in general. The rules of the medical oversight of EMS includes indirect medical oversight, direct medical oversight, on-scene medical oversight, and education and training. And we're going to have a glimpse at each one of those. When we talk about direct medical oversight, or what we call in Saudi Red Crescent online medical control, it's a real-time physician-directed care. It can be physical or remotely. It mostly are remotely via radio or voice call, or our integrated electronic system. So our medical control has received in 2023 more than 23,000 consultations. Of those consultations, some of them are necessary by the protocols and policy that we use. Some are advised and some are optional. Also, it includes the Hajj and Umrah season. When consultation is mandatory by EMS providers, our compliance rate was 96.4%. The second rule of the medical director is the indirect medical oversight, and it consumes the major time of the medical director. It includes protocol development, competency and credentialing, quality assurance and performance improvement, EMS providers training and education, and public health education. One of the main tools to oversight the medical or EMS providers is the clinical indicators. And to accomplish or to have clinical indicators, we had to have an electronic system. So we switched the paper reports since 2017 and replaced it with electronic patient care reports. The system has been upgraded and updated intensively until we have the latest version that we can extract and calculate clinical indicators by in an instant. So, and we had to have a benchmark, which we used NEMSIS. It's a national US organization that collects and stores data from different US EMS agencies. So this is a glimpse at our clinical indicators dashboard. In this dashboard, we have pain management, hypoglycemia management, cardiac cases management, respiratory management, all of those. And here are some of the examples of the clinical indicators that we use. The first one is what percentage of patients with suspected cardiac chest pain received a 12-lead ECG. And of those patients, how many of them received aspirin on scene? And what percentage of patients with a field 12-lead ECG indicated cardiac ischemia was transported to a hospital with a cardiac cath? The third rule of the medical director is on-scene medical direction. And we mainly use it at Prophet Muhammad Mosque in Eid and in Ramadan and Jum'ah prayers, where we dispatch medical supervisors on different locations in the Prophet Muhammad Mosque courtyards, so that they can supervise the medical or EMS units. Now we're going to talk about the pathways that we use in our EMS system. the STEMI pathway, and this is the look at our flow chart that we use with Medina Cardiac Center. The pathway starts with EMS providers doing a 12-lead ECG. If they suspect a cardiac ischemia, they will contact online medical control. The online medical control will filter the ECGs received, and he or she will escalate the ECG to the ER consultant on call. If the ER consultant on call finds STEMI or criteria, or the ECG fits the criteria, they will activate the system and the patient will be on their way to Medina Cardiac Center. The Medina Cardiac Center will be notified and the patient will be delivered or handed over to the cardiologist inside the cath lab. Since the activation of the STEMI pathway, we have since December 7th of 2021, we have 121 patients who benefited from the pathway. Of those, 25 were pilgrims and Umrah performers. The second pathway that we use is stroke pathway. It starts with the EMS provider assessing the patient for stroke. They will use the fast ED score. If the score is equals or above 4, they will contact online medical control. The online medical control will activate the system according to the case. The hospital will be notified. Here in Medina, we have Medina General Hospital, and the patient will be on their way to Medina Hospital with the stroke team being alerted. The patient will be delivered inside the CT room to the stroke team. Since the activation of the stroke pathway for less than 4 months, we have 52 activations. Of those, 14 were pilgrims and Umrah performers. In 2023, we have special cases like ROSCs. We have 137 ROSCs. Of those, 31 were pilgrims and Umrah performers. And Alhamdulillah, we have had 49 successful deliveries on the field. Thank you very much.
Okay, for the next presentation, Dr. Omar Al-Attas, since he's the one in charge of Red Crescent Group here in this conference, he will present his colleagues. Okay, you can start, please.
My next colleague is Dr. Muhammad Al-Tahir. He is a certified instructor. He worked as the supervisor of the air ambulance base. And Mr. Saad Al-Hujaili, he's a certified instructor. He's the head of training department. And he has the Al-Mus'af Al-Kafif. He's the founder of Al-Mus'af Al-Kafif. And Mustafa Kuta, he is a certified paramedic and he works in the field. Please, my colleagues, can you present to the panel discussion?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, everyone. I'm so honored to be here today with you guys and to listen to our marvelous speakers. My presentation today with me and my colleague here is going to be about the activation of the first responder in Al-Masjid Al-Nabawi Sharif towards saving more lives. So, first responder, we're talking about mass gathering, and we need people in mass gathering to act as quick as we need in case of emergency that if happens. We need people to be ready. We need equipments. This is what we're going to talk today in this lecture. Okay. So first of all, why? Why do we need the first responder in this mass gathering events? Well, if we have an incident, if we have an event happen, especially in places that we have a lot of people on same time, as my previous colleague, Dr. Shehri mentioned, if something happened in a certain place, certain time, we need people to act in a scientific way instead of acting randomly. We don't deny that there are people who strive to help, who strive to give their effort, but we need them to be in a manner that can save life and in a good quality. So why? Why first responder? They are the first people who are in the scene, right? This is as number one. They show up when people face sudden incident. And their response to a disaster required wide range of capabilities and trained people as well. And why do we need first responders? Identify the situation, activated emergency response system as well. And they can build up resilience of the affected communities that happened or an actual case that could happen. All right. So what are the rules of the first responder that I need them to have? I need them to have an immediate response. I need them to activate emergency responses if needed. I don't need someone that doesn't have or doesn't know how to activate the emergency system or emergency medical system. I need someone to be specific as much as they can to provide me with an information that I need it as a first aid, as a system, as a Saudi Red Crescent, honest from the scene to tell me that we need, for example, 8 ambulances. We have, for example, 10 casualties. This is what we say, specific with reliable certain numbers. And instead of someone says, okay, send all the ambulances that we need on the scene. And I need a medical assistant and triage. You know that when we have certain events, certain accidents, certain things, or something happen, I need to sort out the patients that need help according to their needs. So I need someone who's been trained, someone who's qualified to triage these cases and according to their needs. And I need an evacuation and sheltering management. If you've been trained to be a first responder, you can act according to your knowledge or the best of your knowledge in these cases or situation in the best way. And if needed, a search and rescue operations, those are the major things that we needed in these events. So for the training, the preparedness. So if we have a certain group of people, I want to train them very well to be prepared for an event could happen, regardless whether the event is planned or unplanned. So training program should take place with those who actually we need them for, and basic and specialized training requirements has to be there as well, and equipments, and we have to train them on a regular basis. As my colleague Fatma will talk later on about the volunteers, we've been engaging them, the volunteers, and drills that we've been conducting in our Saudi Red Crescent Authority. We've been engaging them, we've been engaging our employees, the volunteers, how to act on and as well to react in case of emergencies that could happen in a way of simulations, in a way of training, in a way of drills. And continuous professional development for those who wants to increase their knowledge on this area, and collaborative training with other agencies. It brought to my attention here, we were supposed to be having the civil defense people here as well, and especially in such an event or such a conference, international conference and mass gathering. Those who are actually taking place in our society or in our events, especially in Umrah or Hajj season in Medina. Those are those people actually, they regulate Al-Haram, they regulate the flow, they regulate the people, the visitors, and how do they provide the services, and to collaborate with us and Ministry of Health and Hajj as well. Okay, let's talk about some evidence. According to the American Heart Association, they were saying that immediate CPR can double or triple the chances of survival. This is according to the AHA, and they said actually 16.3% out hospital cardiac arrest happens in public. And 40% of out hospital cardiac arrest receive immediate action, need to be receiving immediate action. And at work, 50% of the cases can locate AEDs, and 10,000 cardiac arrests annually happens in workplaces. This is according to the American Heart Association studies in 2020. And as well, the evidence we're saying about the knowledge and attitudes associated factors regarding first aid among the general public in Saudi Arabia was showing that near third of the study's participant, 36%, had first aid training. And media was the most common source of the information, was about 37.6%. And the majority of the participant only heard of the first aid was about 94%. So, and they didn't have training on the first aid. So the number of cases in 2020, number of cases in 2022 in Masjid al-Nabawi al-Sharif we were having about 15,000 cases. About 19% was only in Ramadan. About these numbers, 19% was only in Ramadan. Do we need first responder then? Do you think that is important? Sure, definitely. So what's the impact if we had trained all these people as a first responder? Actually, in our Red Crescent, we have two pathways we can train people on, especially that I'm working with the training center and Red Crescent. We give them the first aid program, and we give them another course, we call it the first responder course. First responder course is more intense, more advanced. They can start give some IVs fluid. They can start to give more advanced things that the first aider cannot give. So what we usually do annually, every Ramadan, before Ramadan, we try to train and rehabilitate those volunteers who work in Masjid al-Nabawi Sharif with contact directly with the visitors. We train them almost about 700 to 800. Sometimes it reach up, according to the seasons, it reach up to 1,000 volunteer how to do first aid. And my colleague will talk about it, first aid, and we give them extra courses as well. It's going to be mentioned later on. And we rehabilitate them or make them ready to face the season of Ramadan, especially. This is where the most of the gathering of the people happens, especially in the Ashr al-Awakhir, and on top of that as well, Laylat al-Khatma or Al-Eid night. Well, I'll just give you some statistics now about from 2021, 2022 as well. We've been training almost about more than 13,000 individuals, different between volunteers, society, governmental agencies, military agencies, civil defenses, Murur, Difa al-Madani, all these people, we've been training them. They reach up to more than 13,000. This year, almost, we are reaching up to 10,000. We still not finished the year. We've been training them for first aids. We're gonna go through the first responder soon. We're starting a course coming soon. Our target is supposed to be targeting the people of governmental agencies, especially the military. Inshallah, our target is to make Medina as well as well-trained, well-educated regarding the first aid and as a first responder to act, because we in need for these people. Thank you very much for your attention. My colleague is going to be Mr. Mustafa Quota.
So as Dr. Muhammad said, before I talk about Women Ahyaha initiative, I would like to talk about numbers. So as Dr. Muhammad mentioned, we have more than 15,000 patients per year in Masjid al-Nabawi and the central area. So 19% of them were only in Ramadan. So as he said, do we really need first responder, and what's the impact? And that's what we are going to talk about. So Women Ahyaha initiative aimed to distribute AED devices in crowd and gathering areas, so that can enable first responder fast response for CPR cases, which contribute to high possibility of getting ROSC, return of spontaneous circulation, and that achieve the mission of the Saudi Red Crescent Authority to save more lives. So we distributed about 21 AED devices, 17 of them in Al-Masjid al-Nabawi. As you can see here in the green color, we have 5 AED devices in the female zone, and we have other 10 devices in the male zone in the ground floor. We have one also in the most front door in the blue color, and we have one in the roof, which is in the purple color. Also, this is attached to the AED device, instruction in different languages, so anyone can have access to it and the chain of survival. And we have here barcode for more information. Actually, it's working if anyone now want to screen it. So it was a collaboration between these agencies. Ministry of Health trained about 900 staff in Al-Haram for the AED devices. The Saudi Red Crescent Authority given a special place in the operation center for easy connection and management for the cases. Ministry of Islamic Affairs, also they distribute 3 devices of AED devices in Masjid al-Miqat, Masjid Quba, and Al-Qiblatain. And in the future, we are planning to put more AED devices like in the Al-Haramain train, in Masjid al-Shuhada, in malls and in museums. Also, the volunteer department in the Saudi Red Crescent Authority, they trained staff also in Al-Haram, and they distribute first aid bags in major gates, and they are holding booths in different time of the year for the first aid education in 6 languages. So what's the impact? Since 2022 until this September, we had only in Al-Haram 38 CPR cases, 50% of them get ROSC. So that's the impact, and we aimed, inshallah, for more percent of that. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I want to thank the organization for this festival or ceremony or mu'tamar. Actually, I want to talk about the visual impaired aid. These people actually will forget us. We forget them. For this reason, I want to talk about the first aid for the visual impaired person. This program, special for the Red Crescent Authority, we started in 2016. Sorry. Our logo as a Muslim, ومن أحياها فكأنما أحيا الناس جميعا. This is our logo for all Muslims and all human people. When we need to test our human, you must to read this ayah. This is the trademark for us. الهلال الأحمر السعودي أخذنا الحمد لله a trademark for this program. First aid for the visual impaired aid. Visual impaired aid, it's initial assessment that the blind person provides to a person who has a sudden illness or accident with the aim of preserving his life and preventing complication until the medical teams arrives. هذا طبعا الشعار أو التعريف خلينا نقول للإسعافات الأولية بالنسبة للمسعف الكفيف. المسعف الكفيف ممكن يجد نفسه، الشخص الكفيف ممكن يجد نفسه مباشرة مع حالة إسعافية كيف يتصرف حتى وصول الفريق الإسعافي. وهذا طبعا تعريف برنامج المسعف الكفيف اللي إن شاء الله حيمر عليكم كتاب خاص لهذا البرنامج. Vision for this program, empowering the visual impaired person and enhancing his unlimited life-saving abilities to be a life person. هذا طبعا أساسي في رؤيتنا أنه نوصل لجميع special needs جميع الناس. يعني اليوم إن شاء الله أخذنا المكفوفين، بكرة حناخذ الصم والبكم، بكرة حناخذ جميع الإعاقات، لأنه برضو الإعاقات تسبب لنا مشاكل كثيرة في الحشود أو طب الحشود. الهدف أنه نوصل للجميع. Do the right things when the visual impaired person finds himself in a dangerous situation through the education and practical training with steps that fit his potential and abilities. Don't thinking about the abilities for the blind people. It's just incredible things. About the programs, I'm not talking about the programs because the programs they're talking by themselves. Alhamdulillah, I do 33 courses around of the kingdom, 8 courses in Mecca, 8 courses in Riyadh, 7 courses in Riyadh, 5 courses in Medina, 2 courses in Qasim and Hail and Tabuk, 1 course in Mantiq al-Sharqiyya and Najran, Jizan, Asir, and Alhamdulillah we doing the program also the course in Jordan and Yemen and the last course in Malaysia. ولله الحمد والفضل والمنة. عدد المستفيدين من هذه الكورسات تقريبا 586 كفيف وكفيفة. عدد ولله الحمد، يعني احنا نتطلع إلى أن نصل لأكبر من هذا العدد. وآخر دورة TOT for the instructors in the Red Crescent Authority, we get 18 instructors for this course إن شاء الله around the kingdom, around the المملكة العربية السعودية. في كل مناطق المملكة إن شاء الله الكورس ينتشر وحنصل لكل كفيف في المملكة وخارج المملكة. الآن عندنا تقريبا أكثر more than 12 invited from the other countries, outside countries. الحقيقة بس أعطيكم بس نبذة تاريخية عن الكورس. الكورس أنا بدأت فيه تقريبا في 2016. كان مجرد أنه فكرة بدأت، وتقريبا في معهد النور في المدينة المنورة داومت أكثر من 4 أشهر. كنت أروح أداوم بس وأجلس عشان أشوف المكفوفين كيف يتعلموا. ثم بعد ذلك عملت البروسيس كامل وبدأت أغير في النظام أو خلينا نقول مراحل CPR ومراحل التعامل مع الحالات حسب المنظمات الجديدة وحسب ما يتناسب مع الكفيف. أي شيء فيه لوك خليناه سنس بس. بعدين 2016 بدأت 2017 بداية 2017 أول دورة كانت في معهد النور في الرياض. تقريبا فيها 20 كفيف في معهد النور، والحمد لله إلى الآن أتواصل معهم. طبعا الناس هذول ما شاء الله تبارك الله أول شيء ما ينسونك، يحبونك من قلب لأنهم ما يرونك لكن يرونك بقلوبهم، فهذا يعني ميزة فيهم الحقيقة. 2016 began to trainer أو train participation. في عندنا طبعا مسعفة كفيفة جعلناها مدربة اسمها نجاة الجنيني، أحييها من هنا من هذا المكان الحقيقة. نجاة الجنيني مدرسة وكفيفة والآن مدربة معنا، واعتمدت بالهلال الأحمر الأسبوع الماضي كمدربة رسمية، ممكن تمثل هيئة الهلال الأحمر السعودي كأول مدربة كفيفة على مستوى العالم العربي. 2019 الحقيقة انطلقنا لجميع مدن المملكة، لجميع أنحاء المملكة، ودربنا العديد منهم. طبعا عندنا 2020 2021 كذلك طورناه، وهذا الكتاب الذي ترونه الآن كتاب بطريقة برايل للمكفوفين، حيمر عليكم إن شاء الله حتتحسسوا، وفعلا أول ما تتحسسوا الكتاب قولوا الحمد لله على أنكم ترون. 2000 الحقيقة عندنا خطط مستقبلية لتطوير هذا البرنامج واستخدام بعض الدمى الخاصة مثل دمية الدمية الناطقة. معظم الدمى اللي نستخدمها للCPR أغلبها بألوان أو بلايتس، الساين حقها لايتس. الدمية اللي الآن الحمد لله بدأنا يعني نطبقها مع المكفوفين عشان يعطيك الفيدباك للCPR أنها تكون ناطقة، وهذه طبعا لأول مرة يمكن تصنع أو نستحدثها في المملكة العربية السعودية في هذا البرنامج. الحقيقة طبعا أشكر لكم حسن الاستماع. هذه بعض الصور الخاصة في طريقة التدريب. طبعا أول يوم تدريبي حيكون على التشريح الأناتومي. ليه؟ عشان يعمل الصورة الذهنية، عشان يكون الصورة الذهنية. You must to touch everything in the organs and the ribs, sternum, all things. زي ما احنا شايفين أحد المكفوفين في تدريبه يبدأ يعمل الصورة النمطية في دماغه عشان يسهل علي أنا بعدين أقول له ضع، لأنه بعض الأحيان الكفيف يحتاج إلى أدبيات في التعامل. مثلا من الأدبيات أنك ما تضع يدك على يده وتضعه في المكان المحدد، خليه هو يكتشف المكان. إذا اكتشف المكان يضع الصورة النمطية في رأسه ثم بعد ذلك يطبق. وطبعا للنساء والرجال جميعا يعمل هذه الصورة النمطية ثم بعد ذلك نبدأ بندربه بالشكل الصحيح. هذه أحد الصور كمان الثانية نفس الكلام. أحد المكفوفين يطبق التشوكينج في الرضيع، عند الرضيع بالبيدياتريك. نفس الكلام تجد حتى في وجوههم الفرحة في تعلم شيء جديد عليهم. شكرا لكم. إذا في أي سؤال يعطيكم العافية.
يعطيكم العافية. ما أدري إذا في أي استفسار للزملاء. If anyone has any questions. Can we have a mic? Can we have mic? Here you are, Prof.
بسم الله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. فيرست اوف اول طبعا نحييكم جميعا على الأخبار الطيبة اللي تعطونا. أمس أنا كنت في محاضرتي على الحرمين ووضع الحرمين، ما أدري اللي حضر منكم، تكلمت على معظم ما شاء الله، يعني الواحد يفخر الآن إنه يشوف إنه الأمور هذه بتتحقق. الاي دي كان من الاشياء اللي كنت طالب فيها، وكان مقترح موضوع الدرون. هل بدأتوا في موضوع الدرونز انه الاي دي اذا هو في اقصى الساحات او كذا، انه ممكن اي دي يتوجه للاماكن هذه البعيده شوي؟ يعني نفخر الان عندنا 21 اي دي في الحرم، انا امس كنت 17. ما طيب ان شاء الله تصير 21. انا كنت مفتخر بالاي دي اللي هنا قدام الريسبشن، يمكن شفتوه وفرحت فيه، فان شاء الله يعني نشوف اكثر واكثر. بس موضوع الدرونز هذا اعتقد انه يحقق، لانه ما ممكن تحط اي دي في كل مكان. فهل فكرتوا في انه درون دريفن اي ديز في الاماكن البعيده شوي؟ سلامتكم.
إن شاء الله هي من الخطط المستقبلية في الهلال الأحمر إنه يكون في درونز كاي دي، بس الآن اللي هو موجود اللي هي 17 جهاز زي ما عرضناها، والخطة اللي هي القريبة إن شاء الله زي ما برضو ذكرتها راح ننشر الاي دي ديفايسز في أكثر من مكان، لكن هذه خطة إن شاء الله أنها موجودة بس في المستقبل إن شاء الله.
I'd like to add, Prof, that the international standard is 100 meters between each device. In Prophet Muhammad Mosque, alhamdulillah, we have less than 50 meters between each two devices.
Assalamu alaikum. Mashallah, for the patient with CPR, you are trying to save their lives. They're putting AED and trained personnel inside the haram. Outside the haram, the Sahn, there are two issues which are very important. One, during the rain, people, they slip and they get the fracture, either the neck of the femur and the humerus and the Colles fracture, very common. I remember about 10 years ago, there was a rain and I was working in Ansar Hospital at that time. In 1 hour, you had 125 cases of fracture, 120. So it's a very important issue. During rain, the Hujjaj, they don't know how to walk. They just use slippers and they slip very easily. Second issue, which is very important nowadays, because scorching heat, the floor is burning. People, they enter to say salam to Rasulullah with sheep, they leave their shoes outside. And when they go out from the door, their shoes are behind. So they walk barefoot. I have seen about hundreds of cases of burn feet, very bad burn. And this issue is very, very important. Really, we raised this issue to our authorities and nothing productive was done up till now. So from this platform, I really want to raise this issue. Please do something for these two important issues. Jazakallah khair. Thank you very much. Any comment on this from you people?
I don't know, this is working, yes. Now, there are things that we can do in Red Crescent and there are things we cannot do in Red Crescent. So the slippery floors that you're talking about in rains, it happens for us as an issue. Actually, in the vicinity of Haram, we suffer a lot of cases that we face mostly as you said. The fractures happens a lot actually in this Ramadan that I personally stand on many cases that were having severe bad either dislocation or fractures, and this is things that we cannot control as a Red Crescent. We will provide help, but this maybe mainly can go under the Ministry of Haram, so they can provide things. For the burn that you're talking about, if you just notice, only the part of the Qibla, it's dark palette they use usually. So this is because they don't want the people to be ahead of the Imam, so their prayer should be accepted. So they have to be behind. This part, maybe it's a kind of, let's say, community education. So we have to tell the people before entering the Ziyarat al-Qabr al-Sharif, before entering, take your shoes with you. So with the end there, I know it's not easy feasible because we have a lot of varied language and there's a lot of people, different languages. So you cannot tell everyone to hold their shoes with them so they can enter and get out and wear it as well. So the thing is that we have to support as a Red Crescent, we have to support. Maybe it could be one of the things with Dr. Al-Hawsawi, he can, or someone here in Al-Haram, Shul Al-Haramain, they can add to it as a point so they can develop more ideas about this, maybe. Thank you.
We just requested to have a carpet
Yes.
outside up to the end.
Well, the carpet is,
And some people, they say we lost our shoes. So they can put a lot of
Sure.
shoes there outside. They can just give
maybe,
them.
yes, yes,
Yeah.
it could be, yes, sure.
Yeah.
That's Dr.
Actually, you are doing a lot of efforts, and
Yeah,
I appreciate what you are doing. I would suggest something. You mentioned a lot of cases that you managed by doing CPR inside the mosque. For the purpose of early detection, I would suggest that we can utilize the artificial intelligence. Dr. Abdullah Hawsawi is here. The artificial intelligence, if we feed the system by the signs of myocardial infarction or cardiac ischemia, it can pick the person and it will give a signal to the one who is in charge and mention where is the location. So there will be very fast scoping of him and transferring him to the cardiac center. I'll just suggest that. Thank you.
You mean like the bracelet on the head?
No, it is by the cameras.
Camera.
The cameras can give red tag for a certain person who had the sign of myocardial infarction. If you feed the system with the signs, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can, if we get just several photos of those people, we can get their features, and we start training our system. Whenever detect, so whenever which is not detect these kind of features, so he will indicate it. And even though which is within the crowd, so he will follow this person until which is he being which is nods by the one that he's looking at the cameras.
Well, can I add something, Doctor? For the artificial intelligence, we actually facing a lot of problem right now. For as first to start with, to identify the problem. What usually happens in Haram, especially in Ramadan, I'm talking in Ramadan, we get a lot of calls. We come with our ambulances, our crew, our team to the specific place for a patient that we've been called to just to wake him up. Why is that? He was sleeping. The man who called didn't bother himself to just test him the first, we have something called the first intuitions, that just to check his response. He didn't check his response. He saw him laying down on the floor and he just said, okay, call 997. So maybe the artificial intelligence will mix that up as well. So maybe we'll have Mu'takifin sleeping in Haram and he will alert us that could be someone is fainted. So I don't know about the AI. Maybe there's advanced things that they can detect. Maybe the doctor here, Dr. Jawad, you mentioned about the bracelets. It can, if it can detect heart rate, if it can detect something, and someone lay down the bracelet can alarm. Yeah, this could be a good idea. Exactly.
Another option would be having during Ramadan, people sleep in a certain specific area.
Should be, yeah.
So it shouldn't be sleeping in standard.
They lay down for relaxing sometimes.
Another point also I suggested yesterday is to have the like mobile units where you can check the pulse, blood pressure, and things in around the place. For those who they don't have to call you, they can just check these initial signs, and if they find them stable and so on, then they don't have to call you with them, because these signs are available. As we make the AED available, we make a small mobile units where you can do few things, pulse and others, saturation, oxygen saturation, and you can train the staff. You don't have to come yourself. You can train the staff who are around these machines to use them. This is another thought. I'm sure a lot, I mentioned there yesterday, a lot of things can be introduced, but you have to always to check the quality and the cost effectiveness before you introduce them.
Actually, we still have points, mobile units. We have a lot of mobile units. We have people on club cars.
Volunteers.
We have volunteers. We have actually, we called this year, right? We invented something called the hybrid unit. hybrid unit, which is composed of a volunteer and a specialist as well with them, an employee. So those are mobile units, and we have people, they can go with their foot to stationary area. So if there's people in need, they can provide blood pressure, take vitals if they don't feel well. We still have this one. I guess we initiated the hybrid this year, but the mobile unit was there since before, I guess, 10 years ago with the volunteers. We trained them. I mean, like, we don't depend on them 100%, but at least if they can detect something that's almost alarming or alerting, we can immediately deploy or dispatch ambulance.
Actually, Fatma will talk about
Yeah,
this.
Fatma, sorry, we went to our colleague lectures. Yeah, Fatma will talk about the volunteers as well.
I have one point regarding the shoes when they are making the shoes in the door. If we ask ourselves or to solve the problem, why ask Dr. Abdul Jawad yesterday, he was saying about asking why to save to solve the problems. So they are solving this already. The staff of Al Haram, they are giving everyone who is entering from the gates special bags for the shoes. And it says it has the shoes photo, and it says don't forget it in any place, so you can find it and don't be confused with the other shoes for another one, so you will not take the other shoes. So it's solved, I think, already. But maybe the pilgrims, some of them, they didn't know how, or they did not take it.
Thank you, gentlemen. Do you have any more questions? Thank you, Dr. Ismail, Mr. Al-Hujairi, and Mr. Kota for this interesting look at how first responders play a major role in saving lives. Our next presenter is Miss Fatma Sabi. She's AMS specialist at SRCA. She's certified flight paramedic. She's gonna present to us volunteering in religious mass gathering. Please welcome Miss Fatma Sabi.
Thank you, Dr. Omar. First, I'd like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me here as a speaker in this conference. I don't know if my voice is clear or not. So in the next 10 minutes, I'll be talking about volunteering in religious mass gathering, especially in Al-Medina. I'll skip the content and the objective, but basically, I'll talk about our achievements and how our volunteering system works to prepare the volunteer, and what we have done during Umrah and Hajj season in Al-Medina. So I'll start with the mission and vision of Saudi Red Crescent volunteer system. Basically, our mission is to establish a volunteering environment to contribute positively to the building and progress of Saudi society, and our vision basically aligning of the kingdom vision to reach 1 million volunteer by the year 2030. So how Saudi Red Crescent volunteer works? First, by registration by our platform, either by Nafad or Abshir. After your registration, we're going to categorize the volunteer. We're going to categorize the volunteer either healthcare volunteer or non-healthcare volunteer based on the information they entered in the website. After that, we're going to have an orientation meeting to clarify the rules and the responsibilities for our volunteers and how to join the volunteer events. After that, we have a training program, like my colleague Dr. Muhammad mentioned. We have to train our volunteer. It is mandatory to take these 3 programs. Life ambassadors, it's first aid program, and disaster management course, and infection control. As my colleague Dr. Muhammad mentioned, our volunteer also participate in disaster drills and as a first responders, and so they have to know what disaster is. That's why they should take the disaster management course. Al-Medina only, yes. So what the Saudi Red Crescent volunteer did in Al-Hajj, basically, I summarize it to two major roles: medical and emergency support and humanity services. I'll start with the humanity services. For sure, there is more than what's mentioned here in the slides, but I chose those two, those five things. Tourist guides and guiding the lost. Our volunteer helped to guiding the lost children to the lost children office in Al-Masjid al-Nabawi or in Al-Haram al-Nabawi. Also providing, I think there's a mistake here. Also providing iftar meals in Ramadan and help to provide the meals and help to organize Sufar al-Iftar fi Al-Haram al-Nabawi. Also our initiatives. Basically this year in Al-Hajj, we focused in two initiatives. One of them is really interesting, Mubadarat Suqya and Rifada. Basically, it's idea about hydrating our our visitors in Al-Masjid al-Nabawi to prevent them from one of the most common cases in Al-Hajj, as you know, heat exhaustion or heat stroke, by providing water and juices to our visitors in Al-Masjid al-Nabawi. Other initiative, Mubadarat Dullani, as I mentioned, for guiding and guiding our visitors inside Al-Masjid al-Nabawi to the landmarks or to certain places in Al-Masjid al-Nabawi. One of the most important things that our volunteer did during Al-Hajj is translation. As you know, language barrier is one of the most challenges we faced as a healthcare practitioner during Al-Hajj. It's a challenge not for only the healthcare practitioner, it's only for the pilgrims themselves, sorry for that. So our volunteer will be in the operation room, in the operation room by the emergency medical dispatcher to translate. They can translate 13 languages, as you see in this slide. Now let's move to medical and emergency support. Basically, we have 3 units, volunteer units, and this was what doctor suggested, to have mobile units with the vital sign machine. Actually, our volunteer did that in Al-Masjid al-Nabawi, or does that in Al-Masjid al-Nabawi. They're fully equipped, fully trained for reading vital signs and for activating emergency, for providing first aid care, because we nominate volunteer before Al-Hajj season, and our volunteer, like Dr. Muhammad mentioned, we train them how to do effective CPR. It's important how they reach to do effective CPR, how they can easily access to our AED, like my colleague Mustafa mentioned, in certain places in Al-Masjid al-Nabawi. So, and they are healthcare providers. Our volunteer in Masjid al-Nabawi, they are healthcare providers. Also, we have hybrid unit. Hybrid unit, it consists of one emergency specialist, work in Saudi Red Crescent, and 2 healthcare volunteer helping that specialist. And this specialist had all the equipment, all the machines, all the medication. He can interfere and assist any case happen in Al-Masjid al-Nabawi and provide the care. And maybe he can treat the patient on the scene, and that's it. If the patient need transportation, he will ask for another ALS unit to come to transport the case. Also, standby units for peak times, like we said, Jum'ah prayer or what else, they will be there for any emergency situation could happen at that time. Now let's talk about volunteer in numbers. In Ramadan 1444, we had more than 9,000 volunteers in the Masjid al-Nabawi. Also, more than 43,000 volunteer hour. More than 7,000 number of cases had seen by our volunteer inside al-Masjid al-Nabawi during Ramadan. Also, more than 1,000 cases need to be transported to the hospital from that 7,000, and they remain either treated on the scene or they refuse transportation. The infested cause was more than 1 million in Ramadan 1444. In Al-Hajj 1444, we had more than 2,000 volunteer in Al-Masjid al-Nabawi and more than 20,000 volunteer hours. And more than 2,000 number of cases has seen by our volunteer in Al-Masjid al-Nabawi, and only 600 of them was needed to be transported to the hospital. And these aren't just number. They mean more than that, because when I said we have more than 2,000 volunteer, that means we have more than 2,000 experience, more than 2,000 lessons we learn from it, and we will improve it. And the next year, we have more than 2,000 story. But unfortunately, I cannot share all the stories, but let me share one of them with you. Oh, the telephone dropped. طيب. This story happened in Al-Masjid al-Nabawi. She was a 21 years old young lady. Around 6:16 in the morning, we had a 21 years old female collapsed in Al-Masjid al-Nabawi. Our volunteer supervisor or field commander for the volunteer was walking around and saw this woman. There was no pulse, no breathing. He started CPR and he asks for backup unit. Our backup unit, our volunteer backup unit had arrived at 6:17 with the AED and the airway and the whole equipment. And they immediately contact our operation room, contact 997 for the code of the case, the location, and every information they need. To send them another unit for this patient. And they attach the AED and they open the airway and they start a full code in Al-Masjid al-Nabawi. At 6:19, our EMD, emergency medical dispatcher, contact our volunteer that our ALS unit in their way. 6:22, our ALS unit had arrived in Al-Masjid al-Nabawi, ready to pick up the patient. 6:23, our volunteer unit hand over the case to the ALS unit. The ALS unit. 6:25, patient transport to hospital. The case was transported. Alhamdulillah, we saved this young lady's life. We got her back. And this is our statistics, and the timeline that I put is really important because this is why we should have volunteer in those during time of year, because our mission is to save more lives. And early detection and early applying CPR and early applying AED is really doubling the survival rate. And this is our stat here. In the year 2022, our volunteer in Al-Masjid al-Nabawi, there was 23 cardiac arrest case in Al-Masjid al-Nabawi, and our volunteer helped those cases, and only 11 of them revive or survive. And it's almost 50%, like my colleague mentioned in their slide. So lastly, let me share this study with you that happened in Washington. I don't know if it's clear for you, but it's basically about 4 groups and comparison for those 4 groups. The first group, the bystander start CPR, but there were no AED available out of hospital. They did only CPR before EMS arrival, and survival to hospital discharge was 9% only. Otherwise, the other group, when the AED was applied before the EMS, the survival to hospital discharge was 24%. The other group, The third group was AED applied and shock deliver before EMS arrival. And as you know, early defibrillations, it changed the survival rate for sure. So the survival was 38%. Otherwise, the last group, however, the last group, the bystander did only CPR and the shock was delayed. The EMS, they delivered the shock after they arrived. So shock was delayed. So the survival rate to hospital discharge was only 22%. So thank you for your listening. Thank you for your attention. I would like to thank our volunteer all over the world, especially in the kingdom, especially in Medina, Mecca, for doing this amazing job for saving more lives. I'll leave you with this video. Actually, it's about our visitors' feedback from Al Medina Volunteer Department. It's not working. The المفروض في صوت.
Meanwhile, I asked a question.
Yes.
Seems like the average time or the time that you have mentioned was 9 minutes.
8 minutes, actually. I guess. Yes, 8 minutes.
Almost 9, yeah. Okay. So what is the average time of
8 minutes.
the average?
Yes, our
20 cases?
زمن الاستجابة أيوة
Yeah,
نحاول
that's
يكون
right.
yes 8.
So it's 8. The average is 8.
Yeah, the average I don't know the average but our aim to إنه زمن الاستجابة ما يتعدى 8 دقائق. وأصلا زمن الاستجابة was 0 because they initiate CPR before anything
Yes,
happens.
exactly.
Yes.
But I mean,
Yeah, the ambulance, yes.
so then the other question comes to mind here is you mentioned the cases that the participants or the volunteers were available at the site, but are there other cases that were not reported that did not have a participant or a volunteer on site?
For sure يعني those things happen for sure but
You have numbers or you don't have numbers?
what?
Do you have numbers?
لا I don't have numbers for now. لكن anyways there is a station inside Al-Haram Al-Nabawi. So to be 24 hours there is a technician inside this station inside Al-Haram Al-Nabawi. So when they will help if the volunteer on there يعني.
I'm really proud of your work. I enjoyed the session from all of you at the Red Crescent, and I will inform your training, Dr. Hamad Jamjoom, that you guys are really doing an excellent job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Applause for these people, please.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
We have here the Assistant General Manager of Operational Affairs. He can address you.
I just want to comment about the case just Mrs. Fatma mentioned. If you can go back to the case, Fatma, just to that slide. So as you see here, if you just mention the date, it's 10/12/440, 6 in the morning. It was in Salat al-Eid, actually, this case.
And our
Yeah,
volunteer
she
were
was-
there, yes.
Yeah, that's one of the goal we aimed in the Red Crescent, as Dr. Muhammad said, to station the mobile crews in the Masjid al-Nabawi. Thank you, Fatma.
You're welcome.
Yeah, this is what we aim. Yeah, yes, it concluded a lot, actually. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Fatma, really.
You're welcome.
It is really nice to hear this success story. And always we like to hear the success story, at least at this stage. I'm sure that the group are looking for all the other shortcomings, but I think it's a place here to hear the success story, and we are really proud to hear such excellent stories. I hope that we can distribute more and more news. Actually, the announcement of this story is not to show up. Actually, it will give reassurance
Sure, yeah.
to our visitors and pilgrims that it is a safe place. And I was telling that
Yes.
it is very important because people think that a lot of hazards are around the two holy mosques. Actually, our government are looking after all the visitors and things. I'm sure that there are shortcomings that with time we are going to improve. But I would like really more announcements of
There
this
is another
success
story,
story so that the reassurance is, because there are a lot of places in the world that they always say that we are the best and so on, and they count the CBR providers among them, and they think they reach the highest numbers. So I told you that we were trying to break the record, Guinness records at one stage in Makkah, Sharia, we tried, and I think we should keep trying to reach very high numbers. It is not show up, it is reassurance. يعني ما
exactly.
موضوع هياط نهايط الموضوع لا انه we would like to prove and show proof to our visitors that we are one of the best centers and it is a safe place to visit our country here according to our vision, and please show this up to everybody, and I'm sure the progress is going on and we will hope to reach the best, but even these stages are really success and it should be shown. Thank you all.
You are-
Thanks, Fatma. Excellent presentation.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Dr.
I don't
Al-Ghamdi.
expect you to answer, Dr. Badr. It is just a comment. And also I have another comment. This success story and other success story, there is a program in the Saudi channel, in the first Saudi channel, the success stories. This deserves to be presented there.
Sure, inshallah. We'll put this in our consideration. Thank you, Dr. Al-Ghamdi. Thank you.
And one of the success stories, I may add, is a successful delivery which was done and assisted by the volunteers.
The volunteer,
yeah.
yes, inside al-Masjid
Can you tell us the name of the baby?
The name of the baby, Taiba. Taiba was named after. Yes, I would like, I was going to mention actually this story in my presentation, but I didn't have the picture because the mom and the baby and our volunteer took a picture for this things. So we save life and we bring other life to the Masjid al-Nabawi. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fatma, for this extensive look at volunteering mission in Prophet Muhammad Mosque, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Our next speaker is Mr. Omar Al-Bukhari. He is currently working as Assistant General Manager for Operational Affairs, and he's gonna present to us his RCA Hajj mission.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Omar. I'd like first to thank the organization of this conference and Dr. Al-Fifi for sure for your invitation. So today we're gonna talk about Hajj experiment for Saudi Red Crescent, the implementation of the new pre-hospital service model. So let's talk about how to manage all what my colleagues just mentioned and how to allocate the crews and ambulances and mobile crews. So first of all, what's the new model we are just implementing Saudi Red Crescent? We just became following the ICS, which is Incident Command System. The Incident Command System is a standardized approach to command, control, and coordination emergency response, providing command within responder for multiple agencies can be effective. And ICS now is a component of National Incident Management System, the NIMS in US. So why ICS? Why we are following ICS? ICS, it's actually meet the COPS incidence of any kind of complexity. So the authorized people can know when to expand the service and when to contract it. Other reason is allow personnel from wide variety agencies into common management structure with common terminology. If IC is provided by all the agencies and multiple agencies, so we just let's say agree with the civil terminology, so we can deal with the accident more better. And provide logistic administration support operational staff be cost effective by avoiding duplication in efforts and conduction overhead, and provide unified and authorization or emergency organization. So what the key concept of ICS is the unity of command, common terminology, flexible and modular organizational coordination, and there is a forms actually in ICS which can help us to prepare for this incident and how to respond to it and how we can recover from it very safely, and we can prepare for any other next events. One of the bases in ICS is when we say incident and when we call it event. Incident if it's unplanned, and event if it's planned. So let's talk about our experiment. As you see in the picture, we have a crown with the stars and arrows in the bottom. So what's that means, and what that red crescent can follow for ICS. So the crown is the big picture, and under the crown there is the stars, and under the stars there is arrows. So these are the names of the, let's say, the groups or the authorization of each unit in Saudi Red Crescent. So mostly in Hajj, we divided Al-Hajj area, which is Mecca and Al-Mashaa'ir and Al-Madina. So we have almost, and Al-Haram Al-Makki, we have 4 main crowns in Al-Hajj. So let's take a look for Mecca crown. We divide Mecca for different sectors and the different division, A and B and C, and each division is a star. So we have a big crown and we have star. In these stars, there is arrows who work in these stars. And this is a quick look for focus on the star of Al-Haram, which can guide us actually where to allocate our ambulances, where to allocate our volunteers and mobile actually teams. And if you see in each point in Al-Haram, we know what the unit type we can add in that point. So in some points we have some crews on their foots, some on the golf car, some on the ambulances, and even though. So let's take a look for Arafat and Muzdalifah crown, and even here we divide it in different divisions, so we can know where the limit of each division and where the limit of each crew to respond to an event or to a patient. So let's say in division number 1 in the red color in the bottom, if we have an event there, so we can use all the resources in this red area. If the event go or expand, so we need support from division number 2. So we can call division number 2, please send us some ambulances. These divisions can actually make us a focused picture to the event and what our resource and how to manage it. So there's no chaos in this event, let's say, managing and all the Hajj. This is Al-Madina crown, actually. Al-Madina crown, we divided in many stars as well. And as you see, the big star in the bottom, this is for Tariq al-Hijra. And Tariq al-Hijra, one of the important points, we have to deal with it and plan for it, actually very accurate, because of the huge accidents happening there because of the bus and these things. We have these stars in Medina crown, Al-Haram, and each side in the map. And the last thing is, I just mentioned Al Wufud star. After the star, let's look to the arrows we have in this star. So if we focus on an Al Haram star, we have about 4 arrows. Each arrow has about 2 units. Some arrows can have more than 2 arrows or more than 2 units or 3 units. So we know how much resource we have in this arrow. And we know how to manage these arrows and these units so we can manage any event can happen in Al Haram. So this is the map. We just work on it before each season, so we know where to allocate our crews, or each is it BLS unit, SLS unit, hybrid unit, or volunteers unit. We can put it on the map. We can put it in a specific time. Is it in the morning, afternoon, after each salah, or sometime we have specific plans for specific times like Salat al-Eid or Salat al-Khatma or whatever. So this is not the fixed map or the fixed plan for Al-Haram, but this is for a specific time. We can change it anyhow we want. So all this, what we just mentioned about ICS, it leads us to make organizational structure. As you see here, this is the organizational structure in Red Crescent. And I'm sorry for presenting it in Arabic because I want to deliver one message. It's not fixed organizational structure. It depends on your sector. It depends on your, I mean, organization. You can change it as you want. You can add or delete whatever you want, but the idea is clear. If we focus on in this structure, if we focus on al-amaliyat or operational, there is another structure under al-amaliyat or under the operation, and there is many arrows under it. So why we are doing all this? Why we are working for ICS and making this fixed organizational structure? Just because on one of the course is to know how to escalate any event. So if any unit in the scene has any problem, issue with an event or with the patient or any other issue, this unit can know where to announce that problem. And the arrow can escalate it to a star leader, and the star can raise it to field and so on until the incident commander. The last thing we want to mention here is our response level in Sarka, Saudi Red Crescent, depends on occupation of our resources. So it's emergency if 50 to 80% just occupied, and we mean by that 50 or 80% of each star, not for the whole resources. So it could be a disaster in one star, but not a disaster for the whole Saudi Red Crescent. So when we just activate the next response level, let's say crisis, so we can ask for the additional resources for this star. Last and not least, I'd like to present this. And believe me, 10 minutes or 20 minutes or 1 day is not enough for ICS. It's actually is a huge thing. It's a big thing. It needs times, it needs plans, it needs drills. It needs many things to do ICS. It needs experience and to experiment in the field. And let's say that in Saudi Red Crescent, we are trying to reach that top of experiment in ICS. And we are working on that. But in the last, if each sector just helping Al-Hajj and Umrah, following ICS, and we are following same terminology, and we are following same, let's say, structural organization. So managing and dealing with any event, planned or unplanned, it's going to be easier. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Al-Bukhari, for this impressive overview of the efforts done for the visitors of Al-Masjid Al-Nabawi. Our next speaker is Mr. Amir Al-Huwaifi. He's a paramedic at the Saudi Red Crescent. He also holds a minor in political science with emphasis on healthcare policy. He received extensive disaster management training from the Federal Emergency Disaster Management FEMA during studying in the US. Please welcome Mr. Amir.
Assalamu alaikum. First thing, I want to thank the committee for inviting us to present to you guys about the services we do at the Red Crescent. My presentation today is going to be about relaunching the air ambulance service in Medina. And by saying relaunching, I mean that we had it in the past and it stopped, and we are relaunching it again. So the service we used to have the service between 2011 until up to mid 2016, and it stopped for logistical reasons. And then towards the end of 2022, we got the service running back here in Medina. The program started with a focus on 3 key components. The first one would be enhancing emergency care. The air ambulance staff can provide ALS care, and that's going to be the new global standard of emergency care and EMS response. The third one would be the economic development chances that we get by having air ambulance services running in the country. It gives us a pathway for paramedics and EMTs in the field. Like if you get more training, you're going to be able to work as a flight paramedic or a flight EMT. Yes, and it helps us with the job creation in the EMS field. The last thing here is that the air ambulance program in the country is one of the privatization programs under the Vision 2030. Like for us in Red Crescent, the planes are owned by a company called the Helicopter Company, an IAPF company, and the program is running by an Alpha Star company, which is a private company. The optimal goal for us is that to have 25 helicopters, 5 fixed wing aircraft. The 5 fixed wing aircraft are going to be used for what we call IFT. IFT is interfacility transport. So we're not just responding to field calls. We're not just doing EMS. We're also transporting patients from healthcare facilities to other, let's say, definitive or tertiary care facilities between, towns and cities. We aim to have 22 bases for launching. By having 22 bases, we can have the country covered, 40% of the country covered with a flight time less than 20 minutes. So we can have a plane, like a helicopter or a plane dispatched to the scene within less than 20 minutes. So let's just do the flight journey overview here. So let's say someone calls 977 or 997 or 911 for an accident that they saw on the highway. The dispatcher is going to get the information, and the MDPS system is going to code the incident type, and my colleague is going to touch on that later. Then if the call matches the criteria for launching the helicopter EMS, it would be launched, and they should be taken off within less than 10 minutes. That's the optimal goal. However, up until now, we've been launching it for less than that, way less than that. We're talking 5, 4, 3 minutes, and the helicopter is already flying. And then the field crew or whoever the first responders were are going to determine the landing spot for the helicopter to land. Then if the patient meets the criteria to be transported via helicopter, then they'll be transported. And dispatcher's job is still not done because they still have to organize the ground transfer from the helipad at the hospital to the ED. And once they're done with that, we're back to service. So what kind of calls lead us to dispatch the helicopters? It comes to your assumption that it's just going to be, let's say, trauma. It's not just trauma calls. We have used it in the past for medical calls. That would be like myocardial infarctions. Let's say you have a patient in a small town, you're talking about 60 kilometers outside. And they've had an ECG done at a local clinic or anything, and it showed significant ST elevation, and they meet the criteria to go into the cath lab. Their transport time via ground ambulance is going to be significant. And, with cardiac stuff, time is muscle. So we can actually dispatch the helicopter for them and have them transported here. That will save them a lot of time. And the other stuff is what we actually use what we actually use the most is for trauma calls, which we would call 29 deltas. That would be like an MVC or an RTA in the old codes. All right, so certain patients do not meet the criteria to be transported. So sometimes the caller would call EMS for an accident on the highway, and then when the first ground ambulance arrives, they find, let's say, a patient who actually expired, and they pronounce them dead. Then that patient does not meet the criteria to be transported. We have to care about the resource allocation and just send the helicopter back. Patients who are in active CPR, we do not transport patients who are currently in CPR because we cannot really do CPR on the plane unless, the Lucas device is available. And even with that, it's still significantly harder. And just think about it, for traumatic arrests, the chances of ROSC are very slim. So again, resource allocation. Patients who are self-destructive or, psychiatric patients that we cannot restrain, we can't really put them on a helicopter because, that just creates a lot of problems for us. Pregnant patients, we cannot have pregnant patients transported via helicopters who are in imminent delivery or the chances of delivery are significantly higher. Why is that? Because the risk of complications during delivery is twice as much as delivering the patient on a ground ambulance. All right. So here's the map of the stations that we have within the city. So these are our inner city stations. You guys can see that. All right. So there's a new station that opened 2 weeks ago. It covers the west side of it's Jamiat Taiba University. All right. So we have 14 stations. Approximately half of them provide ALS cares. The other half provides BLS care. They're distributed evenly and most of the city is covered. However, we still sometimes require air ambulance service. Let's say you have an accident that's a little further to the east. So I don't know, maybe I can't really point, but let's just say it's right over here. For that kind of calls, we usually dispatch the air ambulance because, the transport time is going to be significantly less if we transport them via air ambulance. The difference is even more significant if you look outside the city limits. So those are our remote stations. Those are the stations that are outside the city, but are still within the province. We have about 25 stations. Usually during the Hajj and Umrah season, we get even seasonal ones. So those 25 stations all provide BLS care. We don't have remote ALS units. So any accident on the highway, the very first responding unit is going to be a BLS unit. So by dispatching the air ambulance, we can have ALS crews taking care of those patients, even on the ground, and then transporting them. If you look at it, the nearest ground ALS unit responding to an accident on a highway is going to take at least an hour, assuming that the accident is 50 kilometers away. And from a dispatcher standpoint, we can't really just send our ALS units to any accident because, again, resource allocation. By having an accident on the highway, that does not mean that the calls within the city stop. So having the air ambulance gives us more time and more resources to use. So here's the air ambulance range. So pretty much it's 200 nautical miles. So 200 nautical miles, that means the entire province of Medina is covered. So any accident or incident that happens within the province is covered. So let's do some statistics here. So again, we started in late 2022, 47 calls. That's not a lot, but again, we started towards the end of the year. In 2023, we started, again, the service was already in service, and we had up until the first week of September, 143 calls. In June and July, which is the Hajj period, we got 44 calls, and that yielded 25 patients. Why is the difference? Again, some of those patients did not meet the criteria to be transported. Some of the calls, the plane would be dispatched and be canceled en route because the ground unit responding decided that the patient does not meet the criteria to be transported via air ambulance. All right, here's just a quick example about the, it's an interactive incident that could happen. It's not a real one. And thankfully during this Hajj period, we did not have any major incidents happening. So let's say you have an incident that would be a rollover MDC that will be coded at 29 Delta, which meets the criteria for auto launching the air ambulance. Your patient is unresponsive, there's heavy bleeding, and you've got one casualty. So the location is about 90 kilometers southbound on Medina Mecca Highway. That's 90 kilometers. Closest station would be Al Tima. That's a BLS unit. So that unit would be responding. And again, the helicopter would be launched. So the BLS unit would arrive on scene and they would start doing BLS level of care on scene until the air ambulance arrives. Had the air ambulance not been dispatched, the transport time to the nearest ED would be 45 to 50 minutes, and that's not even a trauma center. But for the air ambulance, the transport time is going to be 15 to 20 minutes or less than that. And it's going to be transport to what we hope would become a trauma center. Just keep in mind that the ALS units can provide ALS care, and that includes, let's say, rapid sequence intubation, needle decompression if the patient needs that, and pain management. And that's just another MVC, and we're short of time, so we're just going to skip that. Any questions for you guys?
Thank you, Mr. Al-Huwaifi. Our next speaker is an emergency medical services specialist. He holds a bachelor's degree from Al Qura University and a master's degree in healthcare management. He currently works as a field commander. Please welcome Mr. Omar Nayaz.
Thank you, Dr. Omar. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm honored to be here with you today, and thank you for hosting us. Inshallah, today we will talk about the emergency medical dispatcher. First thing we have to know about the definition of emergency medical dispatcher. Emergency medical dispatcher is acting of sending emergency service, MS unit, also personal equipment to the incident location. And also provide an instruction of the medical instruction to the victim or to the bystander before the US MS unit is arrived. We have also 5 rules and responsibility of EMD, of emergency medical dispatcher. It's very small. First one is a telephone interrogator, because the EMD employee should use a structured protocol to make a comprehensive caller interview, and also to influencing the patient care, also in the scene safety, and also responder safety, and also scene management. Second rules and responsibility is a dispatch life support instruction. Also EMD use a structured protocol to provide medical instruction to the aiding to help the bystander, also the patient, in the case, and also life-saving sometimes, like CPR cases instruction. Third rules is the resource allocator. Also the EMD is responsible to determine the appropriate response configuration based on the protocol, and also ensure the right resource is sent to the incident location. Fourth rules and responsibility is the logistic coordination. Also, EMD also responsible for monitoring system need, also managing the resource responsibility, and also coordinated with the other sectors like police and firefighter, and also the MOH. Fifth rules is the field communicator. EMD should be updated about the incident location, and also about the scene hazard, and also if there's any issue occur in the incident location, should be updated to the EMS team and receive all necessary information. We have here one important critical concept. All actual response assignment and the emergency modes are predetermined by the local medical control. So that every EMD protocol change from the country to another country. In our operation control system in Saudi Red Crescent consists of 3 rooms. First room, we have emergency dispatcher room. In this room, we're receiving all emergency call and also identify the patient location. And also after that, we take the information, our general information of the patient, like age and number, and also main complaint of the patient by using the CAT system. After that, we classify this call to the Broca system by identify the main complaint of the patient and also by level of consciousness, quality of breathing, and also a history of the patient. So determine the severity of the case to the Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Echo. So the Alpha is the cold case and Echo is the cardiac arrest case. After that, we then provide the medical support and the medical advice to the patient and his family until the ambulance arrive. Sometimes we also provide the cardiopulmonary station instruction before also the ambulance arrive. Second room, we have a command and control room in our operation system. This room transfer the case to the emergency team after we receive the call from in the first room by the CAD system. After that, we ensure in this room we ensure the EMS team also arrive to the exact location and also deal with the patient as soon as possible, and ensuring the patient also transferred to the appropriate facility for the patient, and also communicating with the other sectors like the police and the firefighter and also hospitals. And also in this room, we manage the event or disaster. If there is any disaster, in this room, we manage it. Third room, we have a medical director room or online medical director room. We have a number of doctors in this room, provide the medical advice to the AMS team, also provide the medical instruction. Also, if there is any cause or issue in the location about the medication, about the dealing with the patient, in this room, the doctors provide this advice. And also in this room, we also activated the cath lab pathway after communicating with the hospital, and also stroke pathway after communicating with the King Fahd Hospital also, or Medina Al Munawwara Hospital. In EMD, we use two software in our operation system. We use two software. First software is the computer aided dispatch, اللي هو CAD. And this software we use to determine the location of the patient and also name of the patient, also take number of the patient, also take the main complaint of the patient, and then transfer the case to the AMS unit. Other system, اللي هو Broca A system. In this system, we consider this as operated for the AMD, use it to classify the case, using to triage the case also by asking the patient or the bystander some question, structured protocol, and also classify to the Alpha, Beta, Charlie, Delta, and Echo also. We have some statistics here in our Hajj season 1444. We have 14 reception channel in one day, and we receive more than 44,000 call. And we also established it for more than 7,000 call cases. And this number is in the normal day or normal month. We receive only 14,000 call in 1 month, and maybe 4,000 case established only. But in high season, 44,000 more than 44,000 call. And also we use 13 language in our emergency dispatcher center. We use 13 language by 17 translator volunteer. And also our accuracy ratio for the determine the type of the case, it was 76 in Hajj 44, and also accuracy of the ratio of the location was 57, and this number is improved, alhamdulillah, and this today for the 90%, alhamdulillah. What is the role of the emergency medical dispatcher in the crowd management? As we mentioned, the emergency dispatcher play an important role in this disaster situation, receiving all emergency call in short time and period, and also communicate with the other security, triaging the case, and also ensuring that adequate resource and providing a medical physiological support instruction. And also we consider the medical dispatcher is a first responder in the crowd management or the disaster or event. We have some recommendation here about the EMD. We should train a large number of medical dispatcher. Now, mashallah, tabarakallah, we have large number also still, mashallah, we have large number, but we want to train more of the dispatcher to be dispatcher in Saudi Red Crescent. And also we have to make established a drill for the event and disaster to يعني educated medical dispatcher about how to control the event or disaster. Also, we have to use the wireless communication means and application that ensure the speed and clarity for the EMS unit to arrive the scene, and also establish the quality section within the medical dispatch center. It's good to monitor the dispatcher, to monitor how we work and how we can improve our work in the medical dispatcher center. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Nayaz. Now, if we have any questions. Okay, we're gonna take the lunch break and prayers after taking questions.
So we had, can you hear me? So we had this second session, and we had the lectures of how is artificial intelligence being used in risk management. It was a nice one. And medical oversight when seconds matter, activation of the first responders, and volunteering in religious mass gathering, Hajj Mission 1444, and relaunch of air ambulance, and the emergency medical dispatch roles and responsibilities. Any questions on these 5 lectures? So everything is straightforward. You have a question for who?
My question, this artificial intelligence that we have seen, and it provide susceptible areas of crowd and stumble. If this information reached to the guys in the field at the same time that it is the operation room, they would have changed their decision in opening ways or interventions that prevent accident and prevent bad things to happen. So what's your vision in this?
Our vision on this is how we can to reduce risk again. This information now with this, all the people, they are controlling this, especially the soldiers. Now they start applying these kind of techniques in their control for all the Haram. They have the data center in Haram, and they start using this information and building a knowledge, what we can say. So start knowledge and history, based on that they can take a decision. So we have seen several image of the density in several locations. So based on that, they recommend, which is the capacity of the first mataf or the mataf to be 50% of the capacity of that area. So now when you see the mataf in TV, you can see the people are walking slowly. People walk in safe. People walk in having some rahmaniya and tuma'nain, what we can say. So this is what I can say, but our vision on that is to be applied in not only in Haram, in all the mashair, inshallah. This is our vision, inshallah. Thanks.
Any more questions?
Yes. Yeah. I'm Dr. Ahmed Banjar. I'm an intensivist from Noor Hospital in Mecca. We have seen a lot, Red Crescent.
Who's your question to?
Yeah, I don't know, to one of the
Red Crescent, yes.
So they can facilitate the answer?
Yeah.
Okay.
We have seen a lot of study that those EMS, they're giving an advanced intervention for those patients being rescued. For example, given Alta Blaze at the site of the accident and giving tranexamic acid for traumatic brain injuries and controlling of CO2 monitorings and controlling of oxygen given to the patient with trauma. I don't know whether we have reached to these levels or not by the.
So this is a clinical question, I guess. You are the best to answer.
Yes, actually in Saudi Red Crescent, we have credentialing and privileging the paramedics or the EMTs to certain skills. Like, for instance, rapid sequence intubation has to be monitored via the medical director, and the privilege will be given to this paramedic. Each year, there is a renewal of these skills. We have a set of skills for a paramedic, 186 skills. For the EMTs, 137. So yes, this training, they receive the training, and if someone, let's say, don't pass the competency testing, he will be trained and until he received the privilege of the skill.
Credentialing and privileging, part of the healthcare quality. Okay, next question.
My question to the,
To whom?
we have seen this.
To whom?
Red Crescent.
So the same.
Yes. We have seen this Crown Arrow system in the incident command center. Is that led by medical director for each Crown? This is number one. Number two, can we copy him to make medical director in every city and every region? Are we near?
Okay, for sure, for each crown and each star and each arrow, there is inside medical, even the medical director or indirector. So yeah, so each unit has its own protocol to follow, and there is a medical director in the scene or in the dispatch room. They can follow the cases. Yeah, for sure.
Same to you, a question for you. You touched on organizational behavior on the organizational chart.
Yeah.
And your organization, basically from your outline, has a long structure.
Yeah.
I think that should be in your case because in your EMS services, you have a hierarchy. So you have like technicians, paramedics, and then you have the physician. So I guess that is
That's too much for Saudi Red Crescent.
It should be like
Yeah.
that. I mean,
Okay, yeah, just to be clarified, the structural and organizational, it's to specify the role for each person and specify the authority for each person.
but I mean, it's not a short organization. It's a
Why
long one. That means you have
yeah. No, it's long because there is let's say several
chain of
roles.
command, chain of
Yeah,
command.
and everyone has his own authorization in limitation authorization. So that's why we have to elevate the escalation for each organizational unit.
Thank you very
That's
much.
why. Thank you.
Any more questions? Yeah, okay, so we will meet back at 1 p.m. Enjoy your lunch and enjoy your prayer. Salaam alaikum.
بصوركم اليوم محاضرة اليوم
وعلى نفس الايميل امس مصطفى شكرا لك اكتب
My examples today is Hajj processing for Hajj 2014-43 for bus management, how we manage buses traffic during Hajj, and how we collect the data for these buses. As I mentioned, which is Hajj process for map in Mecca and Medina. I explained this one in my previous lectures, how we manage buses based on the transactions, based on every day. It's fine now. We know people when they came from outside of the country, they came to the airport. So we collect their data, and based on the data we collect, so we know those people, they move, some of them from Medina, from Jeddah to Medina. Some of them, they came directly to the airport, in Medina's airport. So based on this data we receive, so we try to reserve how many buses those people need to move from location to another. And we can track also these people by managing the buses. Here is what we can say is Hajj platform system. We have a platform which has almost 17,000 buses. We had more than 2 million Hajjis or pilgrims using that. We have some management. We have schedules as well as monitoring those. What's called, this app is located in Nagaba because those Nagaba is the company that taking care of all of the companies that deal with buses. So we had something which is called big data platform, which is, this is the process, how it goes and save in our data. We use these data, we collect the data based on GPS. We force by Hajj Ministry to encourage those companies to put GPS devices in their buses and share this data with us, which has a big meaning for us. We start analyzing this data, we start finding these kind of information. What we do, we find, which is, based on that, the data explanation, big data spatial platform based on the infrastructures where this bus is exactly. Number 3 and 4 is data enhancement and quality, which is sometimes this data is not clear. And we have to deal with this data with the way that how it could be stored. And sometimes we are missing this data from the field. So how we can manage data sometimes, which is based on the signal, we couldn't upload the data to our server. So we have to come up with the idea that how we can fill up the gap. Maybe sometimes, which is, we went to some area with no coverage. So we have to come with some idea that this data has to be stored whenever the internet connected again with the bus, so it has to load all this information to our system. Again, in 5 and 6, which is road traffic status. Also, this is another thing that we are dealing with, driver behavior and the speed. What we mean by driver behavior, as we know, as the teenagers, drivers, which is, they drive these buses over and over speed. And we put those people or the programs sometimes in dangers. We have heard sometimes people, they drink some things, which is, or they eat something, or they do some things for themselves to be wake up. We know some people, they have limited, which is, for their body. Sometimes, which is, you work for 15 hours, you have to take a rest. But with this company, what they do, they put some offer money for those people. Whenever you do work, so you will get some money for that. So those people, they go for illegal things, which is, they drink something that, which is, we put them to be wake up, and which is, to be wake up for long terms, which is this kind of things. It's directly go back to their drivers' behavior. So sometimes we know the speed limit in the road, it's 80 for these buses, but sometimes they go over 120, some they go 140. So we can't detect this behavior in our platform. So we can send or call this driver, hey, why you are driving fast? We have mentioned that, or we got notification from our system telling us that you weren't to, or the car was driving over speed limit for almost 30 minutes. What's going on? You have to go back. So all that with the big data, when we receive it, we can analyze it, and just to save those people. Analyzing the conjunction and stop points. Sometimes, especially in Mina and Arafat, this big data, it has a meaning for us. So we can detect conjunctions. So we can direct those people, okay, go to another way or choose another route to go to your location, to another location without any delaying. I will show you also how we will enhance our data when we retrieve this data. We use something called modeling and simulation, so we can enhance this kind of things. We use the previous data to calculate, and by using modeling concept and simulation. Number 8, replying the historical data and see this data, how it will be showing in our system. Here is, which is, from our storage of data. We have from 1 to 7 minutes collecting data and update frequency for GPS. And we had also 99 tables. This table was customized based on our request. We get around 900 GB, which is really huge of data and monitoring with that. We have more than 740 million data record in our systems. We had also more than 17,000 buses again, 17,000 buses again, and we use it for 60 days to collect this data. As you can see also, we had application or platform that manage these buses with people, how many people they are right in that buses, and there is one is called a leader. So that leader, each bus has 70, or sometimes we can get more than 10 buses. We count them as one buses, which is, when they are moving together. So this has maybe 10,000 of people in these buses. So we know their location is, we know how we can monitor those people with our dashboard. And this is also for those people which called leader. They can also give us some notification. This bus has been moved from that location. So he can give us also this group has been moved to count them from our system. And we are doing a double check. One, we get it from the buses itself. The second one, if the buses was working without loading people, we know, because the previous platform, it's linked with people inside the bus. So sometimes, which is, with having these devices or this application, we can understood exactly those are people are walking or buses are walking. So sometimes in our system, we can see a group of people with 50 are moving together with the speed saying that 90 or over 60 or over 120 kilometer per hour. So we know those are those people are in buses. But if they are walking, like, I give you some example in Jamarat. So based on this this platform that we can see people, they are walking 2 meters or 3 meters per second. We see a group of people based in their speed. We can know those people are walking or they are riding cars. So this is how we it gave us some information to deal with those either to be vehicle or to be pedestrians. This is just, as I mentioned, is for leader. From the location, it gave us also another notification. Hey, the group has been moved, or group number, because each group number located with the company, and that also link it to another leader. So he knows his group is already moved. So we can give the company managers some feedback about his bus's location, his bus's information, if they are late, or if the buses has any problem while they are moving from location to another's. And here is we apply also big data used to enhance the operation level. How here you can see in the top is conducting simulation experiment, which is to test to see how we can improve the level of service, how we can improve the quality of that service, how we can improve the buses, so the people, they can evacuate people and come back again and take another people and go with the list number. So here we can say it's called a taraddudiya. What does taraddudiya mean? They just bought 50 buses, and that 50 buses, they work for maybe 8 hours to transfer people from location to another without just stopping, just loading and unload again. Based on that, we can know, because we know the capacity of that street, we cannot increase it to double. So we need the buses to be going, which is as fast as they can, and they can transfer those people from location to another with the highest number of moving of those people. So here we apply also all the steps that we want those people to do, processing diagram, how we break down these and measure these based on our modeling concept. And here the measurement, how we test it. This is all, we use this data. We try to simulate that data and use the simulated data to enhance the operation levels. And here is also how we monitor each steps, as you see in day of 11 of Hajj. So we had so many buses, people, they go from this location to another. We try to monitor people. So how many they are in the way, how many are waiting list, how many are having problems. So by using this dashboard, it helps us and help the people in the field to know exactly what's going on. This is a lot of big data that help us to move forward every year. So we have something every year, we have something, we try to create something, we try to solve the previous problem by doing these kind of things. And here is also another example that I'm giving you. So just to monitor these data and to see how we can monitor this data. We can use it, as I mentioned, for buses. We can use it for pedestrian while they are going to throw shaitan or Satan in day of 10th of Hajj and 11th of Hajj. So it's one purpose, which is, we do it, but we use it with different way to collect this data. And here is also another way which you can see how we use this data to manage, to have all the infrastructure in the infrastructure's information, and how it can give us also a route choice. So which route people they can choose to go. So based on that, sometimes we use all this information to enhance our plan, to enhance our future plan, to enhance our current plan. So this is all data that we collect from the previous, the last year. And we still adding to this kind of, to this platform. This is a short video that we present. This is also, it can give us the capacity of that street, how many people are in this location, scheduling time, some information about who's has left, how doesn't left. So from there, we can choose also the buses number. We can see their routes, how they go, how they come back to the certain location, with the monitoring them to see is the data, actual data, and the real data that we have collect are safe or not. Data set for health management. This is our current project that we are working in. We had platform also, or we use sensor. We put these sensors in several student. We collect several data for this, for those student. The watch, it can help us to collect some data, and the build itself, it can measure the heart rate from those and collect it. We develop one application with different language, Arabic and English, to collect this data. We are measuring the efforts of those people. This is, which is, the psychology data that we get, BVG, GCR, entire build and temperature and accelerate. And here is the E4, which is, it's called Impact E4 watch. And this is the Zebra, it's called Zebra build. We put it in those people. We collect the temperature and GBCR and entire plus and BVP XYZ, which is called accelerate. And from the Zebra build, we get the heart rate, expiration rate, prostate and active and inactive rate, and also we have the heart rate and GSR. All this information now we have it for almost more than 100 programs, and I didn't share it because I shared this one here. This paper is already published, but we have the data and we start publishing, or we start creating a data set just only for health. So if you need it, because we wrote one paper and now under review, and whenever it's published, so the data set also it's be published for everyone in the public, it will be. So we start collecting for the data now, just to know exactly what's going on in health. Yeah, thank you so much again.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Hossawi, for this important information. Our next speaker, Dr. Abdulaziz Al-Shehri. Dr. Abdulaziz will talk about need to develop a surge capacity plan for mass gathering events.
موضوع جميل وشيق لكن بعد الغداء احس انه الاستيعاب حيكون قليل شوي. What is the surge capacity? Shameful لما تروح leader of hospital وتقول له what is the surge capacity, he doesn't know what is the meaning of surge capacity. How you can deal with the disaster and where you will put your patient. At the end he said whatever. Do you have to plan? There is no plan. The most important thing, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. إذا فشلت في التخطيط فأنت تخطط للفشل. The concept of surge capacity started in 2001 for when the biotourism started in US, and they are thinking about, can we build a new facility to accommodate the victims from biotourism or not? At the end, it is highly cost, and they think and shift their thinking to use all the resource available, not at the level of local, but they make it as regional and national level. The response for disaster, it's gradual. As we said in MOH and healthcare system, how you approach to your victim in the disaster. There is a level 1 of response locally, level 2 regional, and level 3 national. Start with the surge. What is the meaning of surge? Surge, sudden rise to excessive or abnormal value. Capacity, power to reduce performed or deploy capability. Surge capacity, ability to rapidly scale up maximum potential delivery of the resource. To meet what? To meet the demand of disaster. But availability of resource need what? Augmentation of that resource, or modification of the resource, or allocation of your resource to be adapted with the number of the victim at the level of disaster. It's involving what? Space, potential bed, space, triage, treatment area, vaccination area, decontamination area, available all type of personnel, they can help and used as resource, necessary supply, medication and equipment, and at the end, الاتفاقيات مع other sector. It's very important. Policy and procedure for work and covered with legal, because at the level of disaster, you will do something you are not authorized to do, but should be planned before and documented. 2014, Herrick and his colleague, he said, surge capacity, we like to make another definition we called it is capability. Capacity, its ability to markedly increase volume of patient to give them excessive normal of operation capacity. Capability, ability to manage patient with required unusual or specialized evaluation or care. At the end, it is surge capacity. في regionalization لما تعملت للsurge capacity in 2001, they get very important message to be delivered during regionalization of the capacity need to be done to deal with the victims. Likely benefits اللي طلعوا منها period detailed plan supposed to done before any disaster happened. And information system and gathering of information and share the information with all stakeholders. هذا أهم شيء. تحصل الناس اللي في leader level, they are planning, they are doing their plan for disaster, but the problem, the people in the field don't know what's going on. يتفاجئون في disaster, أنت حتاخد more extra shift, الريشيو حقك حيكون 1 to 10 and you don't know what's going on. Any plan need to be communicated, education for the people, and do exercise on it. The modality of surge capacity, it will be differed. السيرج capacity للinfectious disease غير السيرج capacity للتروما train station trauma غير السيرج capacity للradiation exposure, different models. You have to collect all of that models. You have to make it in plan, communicate to people, educate, and do exercise for them. The best thing in the surge capacity, systematic graded response models. All the models, it is graded response. Level 1, level 2, level 3. The usual dynamic when we are working in healthcare system. A normal daily operation والemergency operation اللي احنا داخلين عليه. البيك تايم for pediatric patient in winter season احنا نتحول من النورمال operation الى emergency operation. Anything happens as disaster, a lot of victims حنتحول من emergency operation الى a disaster operation. Emergency operation زي ايش؟ Long office hours or canceling of the day surgery, long time for ambulance waiting, and this emergency operation صرنا نعملها as routine في البيك تايم. it's a situation limited ولimited في التايم. It is difficult but manageable at a level of sector. Some concept is very important at a level of surge capacity and disaster. Does 100 patient need 100 patient amount of response or not? Question mark. How you can change from emergency operation to disaster operation. بعض الكونسبت اللي موجودة في السيرج capacity. Aggressive diversion at the level of when there is time of disaster, treat, release, and refer protocol, transfer the patient or evacuate patient from traditional facility to long-term facility, and widespread home care, such as what we are seeing during Corona pandemic. Can be isolation at home or isolation in a hotel. Consideration. Usually for surge capacity, the surge of victims usually, not always, start to decline after 24 hours of the events. Has started to decline. Most of the victims, they are coming within the first 24 hours. Not everyone will be saved. No evidence of great solution, 100%. Consideration of staff, space, and team, and system. Volume rate, arrival pattern. الفوليوم rate والarrival pattern بتختلف والريسبونس لها بيختلف. ففي بعض trauma cases لما يجيني pass trauma number of victims is 15 انت حتتحول من الديلي operation الى emergency operation. You will go to the disaster operation? No. فالvolume of victims والarrival pattern differs you and tell you at which time you will go from emergency operation for your facility to disaster operation. Type, scale, and duration, and resource demands. A type, emergency operation and disaster operation نلاحظ الفوليوم والسبيك تايم والبيك تايم اللي موجودة. فاحنا نقول blast events, quick going to the disaster operation because the number and volume of patient is high. Low level of radiation take time to go, may or may not go into the disaster operation side. Low complexity and high numbers plus events. High complexity and low number of victims in VA and burn. High complexity and high numbers pandemic. Surge capacity. How you make the surge capacity to the region, it's not for the hospital. إذا إحنا نقول I wanted to build the surge capacity for hospital, simple. كان قلت لكم زود الأسرة 20% we change your ratio according to the number of position and space. Already done. خلصت المحاضرة. إحنا الآن build the surge capacity for the region from where you can get the facility to help you in blast injury, high volume patient. There is a surge capacity matrix for planner, starting planner. طيب. This matrix involving the facility, personnel, medication and supply, legal and policy. الفacility احنا بنتكلم من from the street till discharging of the patient. الفاسيلتي بتنقسم الى قسمين وحنشوفها بعد شويه اللي هي traditional المستشفيات التقليديه القائمه الان اللي فيها hemodialysis, PCI, blah 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 till the end. And non-traditional hospital اللي هي المستشفيات الغير تقليديه واللي ممكن انا استخدمها at time of disaster. ففي الفاسيلتي pre-hospital Red Crescent vehicle, is it enough for victims of blast injury or not? أنا تمنيت إنها تكون وركشوب أكثر من محاضرة. السيارات الإسعاف هلال الأحمر ما تكفي. What's the other solution? No. Private hospital ambulance. Help from Ministry of Health. طيب خلصنا. victims about 700 patients. منهم 100 patients they can walk. What else? Public transportation, vehicles, المواصلات, حافلات المواصلات. What else? Bus, taxi. بس هذه تحتاج اتفاقيات and memo. You have to plan if there is any victims more than that number. It's overwhelming my transportation. البرايفت سيكتور في اتفاقية معه إنه you will help me at time when I need help. زملاء في الهلال الأحمر. ما أعرف إذا في أحد ولا. There is? Okay. Traditional facility. الفاسيلتي اللي موجودة عندي مستشفى الملك فهد الآن. في هيموليسيس في هيمودياليسيس في PCI في chronic patient need to be treated. One of the most important things such service for a local patient not to be stopped. نستمر في الكونتنجنسي بلان. contingency plan اللي هي استمرارية الأعمال مع إنه يكون عندي surge capacity plan. في traditional hospital من الكونسبت المهم عندنا في السيرج كاباسيتي every hospital need to be prepared especially for dealing with trauma patient. Trauma, if there is mass of trauma, the nearest hospital used for triaging the patient, damage control the patient, even for transfer or admit him at the level of hospital. وهذه approved by Israeli trial. أكثر الناس اللي يتعاملون مع التروما والديزاستر. فكانت so effective إنه يكون في التروما the nearest hospital is the triaging hospital and treatment hospital for sick patient as damage control. Pre-hospital designation, pre-event designation. Pre-event designation ايام الكورونا كان في designated hospital for corona. واحده من الترايل اللي اتعملت during anthrax and smallpox in America designate some hospital for that's biological and radiological events, and they said it is decrease the spread of infection and cost effective. Pre-designated for pandemic disease is effective. Reallocate or designate beds to the events. هذه واحدة من الأشياء المهمة جدا at a level of facility. When I get unexpected number of victims, day surgery bed, monitored bed, I will keep it as ICU bed. Intermediate care in case of patient need ICU care, I will use it, and reallocate the beds according to your need and according to the situation. But need to be reported and planned and exercised and communicate before the event. As we said, contingency plan is very important. Still, walking patient come to the hospital, you have to treat them. Non-traditional facility. لا سمح الله لو صار disaster كبير زي earthquake or whatever. What is the non-traditional hospital? مستشفيات الميدانية صح؟ واحدة من السيرج capacity اللي احنا نحطها level 2. It's apart from level 1 اللي هي on site off-site hospital. Off-site hospital هذا الهوسبيتال الكرايتيريا حقته أو off-site area أو المستشفيات الميدانية triage the patient, treat and transport the patient. هذا الموديل للoff-site hospital. Rapid deployed medical center. مستشفى ميداني يجي على طول للمكان. Less than 24 hours be available. Acute care center. الacute care center ممكن نستخدم بعض المستشفيات الصغيرة اللي موجودة عندنا هنا زي rehabilitation center. We can use it as acute care center. Nujud hospital, we can use it as acute care center. Acute care center need to be beside the traditional hospital. يعني قريب من مستشفى كبير يعطي كل الخدمات. Why? المفروض الacute care center scope of service حقته for any patient apart from patient على mechanical ventilator. السعة حقت الacute care center من 500 سرير وممكن expanded to 1000 to occupy 1000 patient. ممكن نستخدم زي ما قلت a rehabilitation center ولا a long term care facility. domiciliary care. domiciliary care استخدمناها مرة كثير في موضوع الكورونا للisolated patient. استخدمنا لهم ايش؟ هوتل. العزل في الفنادق. طيب فدومسيلري كير للبيشنت اللي treated and discharged home ممكن يروح بيته. لكن do you have to contact with him? Yes. لازم يكون مكتوب عندي في خطة السيرج capacity any patient discharged from trauma whatever need a telephone communication to contact him to make sure about his condition. Or in pandemic disease, health, public health doctors, they can, or infection control guys, they have to visit the patient and to make sure he's okay and his vital sign in the normal level. ممكن نستخدم الكوليج، ممكن نستخدم بيت الشباب. البيرسونال is very important. From where you get a person during the disaster. Where is your resource? من أهم الأشياء اللي إحنا لازم نعرفها في السيرج كاباسيتي إنه roles of physician or roles of members will be changed. Anesthesia doctor مدام هو في العمليات طول اليوم لما يصير عندي disaster he will come to the emergency department to help. Surgeon, he will come to the emergency department to help. The nurse, they are working with the patient, but sometimes they are doing clerking and registration. في من الريسورس اوف بيبل اللي هو اون سايت فولنتير اللي هم متطوعين في نفس المكان، وريجسترد فولنتير. ريجسترد فولنتير من الاخبار الجميله انه في فريق تطوعي اسمه طيبه التطوعي للكوارث والازمات، وفي طريق انه يكون في كريدنشياليتي لهم للتعامل مع او للمساعده وقت الكوارث والازمات. Staff protocol. Staff protocol will change the shift and responsibility, decrease the administration duty and frequency of patient reassessment or certain another responsibility. Temporary increase the nurse to patient ratio and potential resource for staff اللي هم الهوم هيلث كير volunteer, clinical staff, trainee, students, college students, military members, وفي community emergency response team. Community emergency response team ما أعرف إذا هي موجودة عندنا at the level of national or not. البري هوسبيتال زي ما قلنا اللي هي community emergency response team، هذول المفروض يكون عندهم training على الكويك ترياج. الكويك ترياج اللي هي ساك ترياج، الستارت ترياج are screening less than 30 seconds and they are transferring the patient and deploy the care to the patient at the area. في program computerized program from biotourism and epidemiology outbreak. طلعوا بروجرام بيقول لك at any time of effect or disaster happens, we have a computerized system. They can detect how many people you need at the site of the field or in the events. DAMAT team. DAMAT team هو part من National Disaster Medical Team. They can work in off-site hospital or can work in the field. حتسمعوا الدمات تيم كثير في موضوع الديزاستر. Deploy disaster to the disaster site for 72 hours to provide medical care. Consist approximately 35 individual. في اللي هي disaster mortuary operation response team. هذه كلها تيمات at a level of level 3 of surge capacity. National Medical Response Team. Composed of what? National Disaster Medical System Response Team اللي هي الدامات والNational Medical Response Team 5 per unit, 5 pediatric team, 1 crash medical team, 3 internal medicine or surgical team. This is a national team made for disaster as a part of level 3 surge capacity. Traditional hospital care of patient على المستشفيات التقليدية by their staff, and you have to calculate according to the ratio and position. الخطة حقتك تقول بزود 200 سرير in case of disaster. How to calculate the number of staff need to work in this 200 bed. هذه طريقة حسابية للناس اللي يبغوا يشتغلوا mathematics. إذا كانت الريشيو 1 to 4 أو 1 to 6، وإذا كان عدد الشفتات 12 ساعة أو 8 ساعات، هذا العدد من الستاف اللي تحتاجه in case of disaster according to number of bed in your plan of surge capacity. Non-traditional hospital اللي هي المستشفيات الميدانية ولا الأكيوت كير سنتر. الأكيوت كير سنتر زي ما قلنا اللي ريهابيليتيشن سنتر بتشغلوا في الديزاستر فيحتاج له ستاف. they can deal with the patient he is in trauma. يعني يحتاج لك سيرجن، يحتاج لك انستيزيا، يحتاج لك اورثوبيديك. فالستاف اللي موجود ما حيساعدك كثير، فانت تحتاج to deploy some team, part of team there. Out of patient primary provider ممكن يكون public health provider, volunteer group. ممكن يكون عندنا الدامات team. الacute center need to be staffed with 12-hour shift, physician, how many numbers of physician, how many number of at least 12 guys need to go and work in the acute care center with 15 bed nursing subunit. الهوتels او اماكن الايزوليشن انت لازم يكون في كيس مانجر وبابليك هيلث سوبرفيلنس وممكن يكون عندك بروفيشنال اند نون بروفيشنال resource can be used. Medication and supply. الميديكيشن and supply fund فلوس. تكلمنا في الفلوس دحين. الريسورس we can manipulate it at level 1, level 2, and level 3 as personnel. But as medication, there is a 6th option. Already prepared kit in case of disaster. زي الشامبك والCNS والPPEs. أو substitute. في agent ما هو متوفر أنت بتجيب agent آخر. Adaptation of the situation. ممكن تستخدم portable mechanical ventilator instead of full mechanical ventilator. Conserve اللي هو أحافظ على الشيء. البيشنت اللي الأكسجين سات حقه more than 90%, I can hold the oxygen because his situation is good and conserve the oxygen for another patient. Reuse, clean it before use it. Reallocate, use this machine for another patient. All the time, to build the surge capacity, you need assessment during your planning, and then you need a continuous process for monitoring. احنا عندنا continuous process for monitoring اللي هو برنامج مستعد على مستوى وزارة الصحة. Every day they are counting the medication and the instruments for disaster available at the level of emergency department in every hospital. فكل يوم يطلع لك البرنامج بالإحصائيات how many you have, where there is a cut line, red color, yellow color, and green color. This is as part of preparation for disaster and surge capacity. Usually, at any time, supposed to be self-sufficient to be available in the hospital, and it will continue for 48 to 72 hours after the events. Outside resource, if the store is central, we have to write it down in your surge capacity. What is the way to move your stock, your equipment from this central location to the hospital? It's very important to make it in the plan because some disaster block the route. When they block the route, how you can get your instruments to the facility to facilitate them to deal with their patients. How to estimate the PPEs. PPEs احنا استخدمناها كثير في كورونا. فواحدة من الأشياء اللي أنت you have to make it in your brain what's happened for PPEs if it's not sufficient for my patient, for my staff. فواحدة من الطرق اللي احنا نستخدمها number of personnel. Okay, per day multiply per number of exchange per day per person. هذا تعطينا الانتسيبيشن الأعداد اللي نحتاجها من PPEs per day. This is about supply. What about notification? Notification to go for surge capacity and activate the disaster. One of the most important role, hospital must be ready and activated for disaster plan with little advance notice. Each situation will require a communication plan. Initial response must be carried by staff in the hospital, not for waiting to arrive the leader of hospital or to arrival of the helping team. Conclusion, goal of surge capacity planning is to provide series of pre-positional process لازم تكون عندنا في البلان to ensure the delivery of appropriate care with appropriate resource in a graded phases response. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abdulaziz, for this interesting presentation. I would like to welcome now Dr. Muayyad Al-Badrani. He will talk about emergency preparedness and disaster response in mass gathering. This is a very large topic, but he will concentrate in one area. Go ahead.
Thank you. It's an honor for me to be part of this gathering. So today I'm going to concentrate on subtopics of from the emergency preparedness and disaster response in mass gatherings. I'm going to concentrate on environmental health dimension in mass gathering emergencies, crafting resilient protocol for effective medical response. So the outlines of my talks, I will introduce my topic, then about repeating some information. I gave it yesterday about the environmental health, the potential health hazard in mass gathering, and some strategies and protocol for effective emergency response. Then we give some case studies, then we give the conclusion of the study. So the introduction, we have two parts, that the environmental health plays important role in the mass gathering because we may face different pollutant, the waste, increasing the waste production, water quality, and also the air pollution, noise pollution, extreme weather events that it may happen at any time, and also the mass gathering itself, because we have large volume of attendees, and those large volume of attendees, it's increasing with the time. We know the ability for travel nowadays is become easier, and that lead to the mass gathering. So the attendees can go more frequent, and also the increasing in the diversity of mass gathering attendees, because when from the different countries, so those diversity can come, the individual coming with the different languages, different culture norms, and those all those kind of stuff can affecting the mass gathering. Also, the complexity of mass gathering nowadays, it has been affected. The infrastructure now is an important issue, and is the and the infrastructure can be difficult sometimes to manage and maintain. So the environmental health context, setting the context for mass gathering, we know the environmental health is a branch from the public health, and that focus on the relationship between the individuals with their environment. It encompasses a range of issues: air pollution, water pollution, for food safety, vector, zoonotic diseases, climate change. So when we talk the environmental health as a nexus, or setting nexus for the context of mass gathering, there are intersection between the environmental factors and the mass gathering and the emergency scenarios at mass gathering. So as I said before, that the mass gathering can create number of environmental challenges. Again, I'm repeating those factors again. So the public health professionals can help to identify, assess the environmental risk, and they can have the plan for and implement mitigation strategies. They can train the event staff and emergency responders in how to identify and respond to the environmental factors, and also coordinate with other agencies. Sometimes the coordination with other agencies, it's very important. So the potential, again, the same thing, the potential environmental health risk in mass gathering. So then we jump to the emergency scenarios from the environmental health perspectives. We know there are different scenarios from the environmental issues, and that these scenarios may need rapid or appropriate response to the emergencies to mitigate the issue. If the response was late or inappropriate, they can exacerbating the issue. The common thing, the natural disaster like flash, floods, storms can affecting the outdoor gatherings or disease outbreaks, because we know in the crowded setting and individuals are near each other, so they can the outbreak can be exceeding the limits, and also the accident due to environmental hazard. For example, fires from accumulated waste is a common in a mass gathering. So the natural disaster like flash flood and the storms, they can lead to disruption, because when the flooding is happening, so the attendees or outdoor gathering cannot happen there, because it may leading to the injuries, loss of life, and property damage, and also disease transmission from the vector-borne disease, because it will be qualitative media for the mosquitoes, so they can transmit the vector-borne disease to the individuals. So the proper response in this situation is the evacuation and shelter, the swift evacuation, and provide a safe shelter to evacuate or protecting the individuals. And also the other thing, which is providing the water and sanitation, access to the clean water and proper sanitation facilities. Also the disease outbreak, like for example, cholera, it's happened before in some mass gathering. So the water contamination, it can transmit a disease like cholera. So that can be arises from the contaminated water sources. And the response here, the proper response to be the surveillance and reporting and giving the health education for the public. Also an example for the issues that may happen in the mass gathering. So when the waste is accumulated, the accident like fire from accumulated waste, the accumulated waste can, especially the flammable materials. So at any time if there is no a plan for the waste management system, so the fires, it happened in some of the mass gatherings, and also it need be part of the preparedness response to have a fire prevention and response. And here we need to look for the capacity and capabilities, and I will explain it later. So the strategies that protocol for effective emergency response, there are a pre-event assessment, integrated response, resource allocation, and rapid response protocols. So the pre-event assessment, it includes the rapid assessment pre-event. So it needs risk assessment before the events, and the assessing the vulnerabilities, and the also assessing capabilities or resources availability, and it need for planning for different scenarios of the to address the identifiable risk. And they need also continuous training and awareness providing training to the emergency responders and raise the public awareness. So the other issues, the integrated response system, it's important for all the disasters or even the mass gatherings. They need to have the unified command system. This unified command system it can be work within different sectors, and those different sectors can work from a multidisciplinary teams, and it needs coordination. And this unified command system, they need to speak with one language in terms of acronyms and their terms that they use it between each other. So you need to unify those terminology between them, because they are from different sectors. And they can also utilizing the technology. There are nowadays different technologies for using the integrated response system. The other thing, the resource allocation, in order to enhance the resiliency within or crafting resiliency, they need to have the resource allocation and resource inventory. So they need to maintain the list and updated inventory for critical resources, and also logistical management they need to have the robust logistical management system in order to have the distribution of resources during emergency. Also, community engagement in terms of engaging local communities in resource management efforts, so that can be held for leveraging the resources for more effective response. Also, one of the important part of the protocol during the crafting the resiliency is rapid response protocol. They need to have early warning system, and they can use the technology for this early warning system, quick contamination measures, and the environmental decontamination in terms of providing the guidelines for the procedure for the environmental decontamination. Also, they need crowd management techniques. Today, Dr. Al-Hawsawi, he gave many examples of the crowd management technologies that can be used for assessing the crowd. And from that, we can have, from this data, we can enhance our capacity planning, our capacity and planning also the capability. So case study regarding the environmental health emergency in 2015 in South Korea, they experienced outbreak of Middle East respiratory syndrome, MERS, and it was intensified with the healthcare setting become the environmental health emergency. So the environmental health consideration that the infection control, that lack of effective infection control measure allow virus spread within the healthcare facilities and airborne transmission that is becoming more challenge for the for the outbreak and the healthcare waste management. So they look for response. They have the response and strategies for the effectiveness. They have contact tracing, quarantine, and public communication, and enhance their ability for the infection control. The lesson learned and implications, the early detection is very important and can help for early isolation and quarantine of the individual. That is crucial for preventing the spread of the infection, and increasing or raising public awareness and environmental health standards that need to be taken under in the healthcare facilities, like mask and the other the types of the environmental health standard that can be used. Also, the interagency coordination. They need interagency coordination with other agencies for both domestically and internationally in order to get critical for successful response for such outbreak. So looking ahead, the strengthening preparedness response system, it needs continuous training and drills. Also leveraging technology. Technology is important, collaborative effort. And as I said, that the instance command system, it needs also the planning of the enhancing based on the capacity versus the planning based on the capabilities. We need to enhance both capacity and capabilities. So the difference between the planning, between the capacities and the capabilities, capacity here mean we are looking for the resources and the available resources, while capabilities we need to look for the skills and the skills of the personnel and competences within the team. So we need to have both, looking for both the capacity building and as well as the capabilities building. So in conclusion, reiterating paramount significance of proactive planning environmental health at the forefront, and also we need to advocate for comprehensive adaptable response protocol for diverse mass gathering scenarios. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muayyad. Any question, please? عندك سؤال، تفضل.
Actually, I don't have a question. I have comment in Dr. Shehri lecture, Shehri presentation. He's not there. It's just a comment. He mentioned that in disasters and pre-hospital disaster, When there is mass casualty incidents and mass casualty victims, we may contribute with public transportation for the green cases, to transport the green cases. Actually, Saudi Red Crescent Authority have a bus called Bus Twig. It can take eight patients, I guess, and more than 20 green cases. So I just want to highlight this. And we may also contribute with the public transportation if there is more than this number, and the number is really huge. Thank you.
Thank you for this comment. Any question or any suggestion or any feedback? Sorry.
Thank you all speakers. My question is about the surge capacity. What are the factors that will decide an institution
أنا عارف إن الشهري بس.
على السيرج كاباسيتي؟ هل هو الدكتور ممكن يفيدنا فيها السيرج كاباسيتي؟
Again,
على السيرج كاباسيتي. What are the factors that should be taken in consideration about the magnitude of the surge capacity for a certain institution?
Yes, surge capacity is actually, it depends on mostly in the planning stage. We need to enhance the capacities for the surge capacity. I mean here when the sudden event is there, we need the preparedness measure in the planning stage, because when responses hit up, if we not have the planning or we not have the preparedness, if those planning is not occurring in the preparedness stage, the response will not be the same as the. So I think we need to have the model between the planning of the capacity as well as the capabilities. We have, for example, if the earthquake is there, so we need to have a planning, a real planning for we having enough orthopedic surgeon and surgeon for those kind of event. On the other hand, for example, if there is a flooding, we need fires may occur at any time. So even the the electricity can be the electricity transmission can be occurring through the water, and so the burn facility to be there. So we need to having the assessing the threats before it's happening. So we can, part of the disaster planning team, they have assessing the threat, they put risk assessment, what is common threats that can be occur in that city. So they put enumeration, then they put specific plan, and part of this planning to be surge capacity.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Mayed. Any other question? Okay, I would like now to thank you all for attending, and I would like also to thank all our speakers from Dubai, from Qatar, and also our local speakers. Thank you very much, and wish we'll see you again for future courses, inshallah. And thank you for those who attended online. We know that there is a lot of good numbers in online, and also for those who physically attended here in our hotel here. And wish you a very nice day, and thank you very much.
With this paper, just to raise awareness between physicians that any patient presented with confusion and abnormal behavior, especially in elderly, you should raise the possibility of this disease and especially in his hospital that lacking a presence of neurology specialist or neurological department. So also to manage a status epilepticus is a very important thing, especially for the emergency physician and for GB patient with the status. He might be at risk to die because of the continuous firing in his brain. So this is just a small talk about this patient with this message that I mentioned. That's it. Thank you.